Abshay, Goedemorgen, Kralosha. Yeah, my name is Mwikezi Litseka. I am a holder of the endowed UNESCO Chair on Open Distance Learning, and I am the coordinator of this, and I'm here in my capacity as the program director for today. Tomorrow we'll have another program director. Let me welcome you to this occasion, and all respects go first, our Vice Chancellor and Principal, Prof. Linkabula. Prof. Scott is not here. He will give his speech virtually, but we recognize him. Dr. Kadila, where is he? Dr. Kadila, thank you very much. Welcome. Dadima Mahami is not here, but we recognize him. Dr. Masiso Mlapo, our VP. Dr. Chivase, Prof. Kapaya, Prof. Matiti, thank you. Dr. Ruth Aluku, I didn't see her this morning, but we recognize her. Dr. Glenny, Prof. Masinya, Prof. Nkosi, Prof. Mapwe, Prof. Huno, Dr. Devon Govender, Prof. Lalendle, Prof. Zetunkosi, Prof. Dubi, and Dr. Mkuzangwe. You're all welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Let me just provide you with just a brief synopsis of why we are here. The story is very touching. Around 2020, UNISA went through a turbulence where it was pitted against the department for policy issues. We rode over that. The important thing, though, is that in 2022, the Council on Higher Education instituted an audit of the university. And that audit report had a number of recommendations, but I want to touch on two that I think pertain to why we are here. Recommendation one reads, I quote, UNISA must undertake an initiative to better define the understanding of its identity, particularly in light of the changing character of its students and their learning needs, and to advocate this understanding among its internal and external stakeholders in order to ensure that all sectors of the institution have a sense of common purpose in their operations. Now, there's recommendation 32, which reads, UNISA must develop a clear and consistent message about the core operational model for program design and delivery along crucial dimensions of open distance and e-learning on matters such as open access, open learning, open scholarship, and open educational practices. So against this backdrop, UNISA then took steps in an effort to implement this Council on Higher Education recommendations. This symposium, ladies and gentlemen, is an effort on our part as part of the directorate in Dr. Mulapu's office to have common understanding of who are we as a Codel research-led university. So we are hoping that this symposium is going to generate robust, strategic-oriented conversations that will lead us after this to have a sense of what are we doing as a Codel-led institutions. On that note, I would like to ask Professor Masinya to step on the podium to introduce our Vice Chancellor. Thank you. Applause. Hello.
Good morning, Molo, Formare, Machirone, Avisheni, Lochani, Jambo, Shalom. from humble beginnings to great endings, from being this young, a Black woman at the bottom of the hierarchical ladder to being the CEO of the largest Old Testament, not Old Testament, or distance, the largest distance education in the world. This is Professor Elaine Lengabula. She is a South African academic, a professor of education ethics, and the principal and vice chancellor of the University of South Africa. As I know her better than most of you, some of the things I will add here, so I add this one. She is actually the first woman, so woman doesn't matter the race, the first woman vice chancellor and principal of the University of South Africa in 2021, when UNISA had become 147 years old. So, yes. So while we clap for that, we also shudder and are ashamed of what patriarchy can do. 147 years of an institution existence, only then we have the Black woman or woman vice chancellor. Prof. Mwekesi, some of us can talk, so we must be tied to this and remember the time allocated. So, UNISA is the oldest and largest comprehensive open distance education institution on the continent and the progenitor of higher education in the country. Lengabula holds a PhD in Christian ethics and works on the intersection of ethics, economy, and feminist theory. She has published in these areas, and she has also produced and continue to supervise and produce master's and doctoral students in these thematic areas. Since Lengabula's assumption of duty as the principal and vice chancellor of this August University in 2021, UNISA has registered multiple successes, among others. Number one, improving UNISA's scientific and academic performance. Number two, enhance student affairs and services centering students' access and success as integral imperatives for the university's impact. Third, improved academic and scientific rankings in multiple rankings such as Times Higher Education, the QS rankings, and more, moving from 12, I think I need to mention this very clearly. As she started in 2021, UNISA was ranked number 12 to 16 in many rankings, and is now ranked number 6 to 8, ensuring that UNISA is one of the top universities in the country. Yes, we deserve to pat ourselves and our leader on the shoulder in the country, and as already noted, from 12 to 16, now at the national level to 6 to 8. Number 4, she has led the talent management improvements in the recruitment and improvement of the numbers of academics with PhDs from 39% in 2021 to at 67% in 2024. Thank you very much. Under Lengabula's leadership, UNISA has procured over 850 hectares experimental farm to strengthen agricultural and sustainable development futures for this university, our country, and the continent's knowledge into the future. Number 6, I'm about to end. These are just but a few. Equally, He has led the strategic and prudent optimization and diversification of financial investments of the University of South Africa, which has resulted in an increased sustainable investment value, an investment value aimed at promoting financial independence and resource sustainability. Here, I cannot mention the numbers. Number 7, she is committed to partnering with progressive knowledge/science institutions, progressive civil society, and business in support of South Africa's developmental futures, our continent's contributions to the global development. Prof, the stage is yours.
No, you organize. Thank you very much, Tiamo, for protecting me. I thought, Dr. Mamrobel, given that you and me share the same height, you would have remembered to support me. Colleagues, they're laughing because at the National Dialogue, I couldn't see people because of my height, and therefore that's why the assistants. Good morning. Let me take the opportunity to thank you all for being here for this important conference. I'm quite appreciative, Professor Lizeta and Mayor Grace Hunong and Miss Mabaso. You're not Miss Mabaso. You're who? Okay. Sorry, I wasn't going to do that. I know Mabaso, so I apologize. I have had to ask Pumza is doing our sign language. Are you ready? You let me know. Are we ready now? Thank you. Okay. It's important. And who's your, where's my bus? Longis. Okay. Can I start? Are you ready now? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I've already thanked Professor Lizeka and Professor Hunong, who are going to be our program directors this morning or today. Let me also take the opportunity to thank our sign language interpreters, in this case, Ms. Pumza Shikumba and Mlungisi Maseko. Can you give them a round of applause? I'm very appreciative that you have arranged Dr. Lizek, Professor Lizek, for the sign language interpretation. This is an important arena of transformation that we still need to invest a lot as a university. And I'm quite appreciative as part of the inclusivity we've made this available. Let me recognize Professor Solomon Mahanu, the Vice Principal, Institutional Development and Advancement, Dr. Matsidiso Molapo, Acting Vice Principal, Strategy, Risk and Advisory Services, Dr. Azui, also Acting Vice Principal, Teaching and Learning, Community Engagement and Student Support, Professor Madipani Masinya Wanampatele, Executive Director in the Office of the Vice Chancellor, Mr. Nkosinati Mabilani, the president of the students, the primary stakeholders. He calls themselves the presidents of university students. Mr. Nkosinati Mabilani, members of MENCOM and extended management present, I also recognize our program participants, in particular, Professor Scott, the Chief Executive Officer of the Commonwealth of Learning, Dr. Kadila, the Chief Executive Officer and Principal of Namibia College of Open Learning. Can I please request you to stand so that our colleagues see you? Thank you. True to our commitment to the continent, colleagues, therefore I'm very appreciative. Professor Madiba, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University of Western Cape. Thank you. Professor Kapaya, she was our neighbor across colleagues at UP. She decided to go. Professor Kapaya is the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Research and Consultancy, Open University of Tanzania. Can I please request a round of applause? Dr. Gacha, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, Open University of Botswana. Thank you very much. Dr. Glennie, we already all know her. She has been quite integral to open distance education. Thank you. And a former member of council of the University of South Africa, so we are quite appreciative. And then colleagues, Professor Dube, representing the Dean's Committee, Dr. Seeletso, Director of SADC Center for Distance Education. I think she's also associated with UNISA. Thank you. You know Dr. Govender, Director of Department of Tuition and Support and Facilitation of Learning. At the back, colleagues, thank you. Professor Dr. Aluko, Researcher, Unit Distance Learning, University of Pretoria. Is Professor Aluko here? Not yet. Then Professor Makwe, Professor Nkosi, Professor Msweli, Dr. Songwan, Dr. Mkuzangwe, Ms. Jobe. Colleagues, those are our colleagues, so I'm not going to ask them to stand up. Let me therefore request the student and staff union representatives, all members of UNISA epistemic communities, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Kwemore, Dumelang, Avsheni, Lochani, Sanibonani, Molweni, Macheloni, Khotsong. It is my singular honor and privilege to welcome you and to welcome our guests to this august university, the University of South Africa. Together with all members of the epistemic communities of the university gathered in this room, but also participating virtually, we're quite appreciative to welcome you to the Codel Symposium. Program directors, as we start September month, the Heritage Month here in South Africa, I'd like to invite us all to reflect on our identity, both as a people and as UNISA. I also was told that all of you will be looking bright and sparkling because of being September 1st. I tried. I don't think I succeeded, yeah. I'm profoundly grateful to the University Council and foundational leadership of Dr. Musia for entrusting us with the responsibility of this, of leading this great national asset. Let me preface my engagement with the subject at hand with the words of Audre Lorde, one of the feminist scholars whom has inspired many of us to thinking through our contribution and participation in the knowledge arena. She says, in a world of possibility for us all, our personal visions help lay the groundwork for political action, stating that The personal is political, and the political is personal, and hence at all material times, we should be attentive to the global as we do our personal circumstances. Persuaded by Lord's word, let us unite in our collective endeavor to forge better society through education, thus liberating our continent from the vestiges of mental slavery. The esteemed Malawian historian, Paul Tiemba Zeleza, compels us to reevaluate and reposition our trajectory as Africans. In tribute to his mentor, Professor Bethuel Ogot, Zeleza acclaims him as a premier architect in the resurrection of African history from the distortions, fabrications, and silences imposed by Eurocentrism. In this spirit, I implore every one of us to become ardent advocates for justice, whether combating social ills, economic justice, environmental degradation, and the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide, amongst others, which bedevil our country as they do our continent. As we conclude the month of August, we are reminded of the monumental achievements of women leaders and ordinary South Africans who waged a relentless struggle for freedom and justice. We celebrate the legacies of women, the liberation stalwarts, many of whom were at the center of reimagining and rethinking our society. I think of colleagues such as Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, who was the first woman to lead the African Union, and thus centering economic transformation, the place of women in leadership, the agenda for the continent, and the place of education in the reclamation of Africa. Same is true for Feroza Adams, a young liberation stalwart, the youngest parliamentarian at the dawn of our democracy, who reminded us that education was as important as the liberation of our society. And therefore, as we reflect and have reflected on the journey of our liberation in our country and in our continent, it is under the evocative theme, her story, navigating and resisting entrenched change, that I think the commemoration serves a stark statement to the immense sacrifice of inter alia Mama Charlotte Maxeke, the one person that many of us quote, who reminds us that we cannot grow without holding others' hand. Helen Joseph, who was quite integral in overcoming the racism of her time and working progressively with people like Winnie Madikizela Mandela, Albertina Sisulu, Nontsikelelo Biko, amongst others. These women colleagues not only emphasized the imperative of education, but they also continued relentlessly to struggle for equality, social justice, and to ensure that the place of women was not limited to the kitchen, but education was a rallying point for building society. And therefore, in this month, colleagues, when we think about open distance education in its comprehensive form, the questions we must ask is the quality of education that we provide as university rallying Africa and its developmental challenges? Can we safely say, as experts sitting here, our education is transformative, it empowers students and citizens to transforming the poverty, inequality, degradation, and Africa in the margins, in the global arena? Can we say our universities are supported by communities? Why is it when universities are at odds with themselves, when there are strikes, when there are financial challenges and financing systems, society is quiet. Is the validity of our educational systems in the modes of education attentive, aiding, responsive, and responsible for helping society to reclaiming the future? Are enrollments in the university assisting society to valuing education as important imperative in transforming our society? Or are we creating educational systems, qualification systems that are inimical to society and not transforming? And if yes, what do we do about it? And what is the place of comprehensive open distance e-learning in the context where majority of people in our continent are wallowing in poverty, marginality, and sometimes are not able to change their lives? What does it mean for universities such as UNISA when in our country at least 15 million people live with poverty and 4 million youth and young adults are not in school, neither in work, and have lost hope? What does it mean for us to then talking about encompassing academic, professional, vocational enrollments when the country is already disproportionately marginalizing many youth and young people in our society? So when you invited me, perhaps you thought my talk was going to be about the good that UNISA is doing. I think we already do a lot of excellent work, but excellence must always revise itself, be at the center, reimagine, reshape, and restructure our institutions in order that a future-focused university navigates the constraints of our society, including the legislative mandate. Our theme today is affirming UNISA's Codel identity and research-led university. I think this is a powerful statement, and I think our progress as a university has demonstrated that being a comprehensive open distance university does not mean we cannot be research intensive. I think it has shown us that the research intensive university and open distance e-learning modality go hand in hand. And I'm quite appreciative that the view that the symposium is not an isolated event, it is the culmination of a decade of strategic evolution at this institution. Our journey began in 2015 strategic plan, which we soon revisited and reflected on the dynamics of the sector. This gave rise to 2016 and 2017 strategic plan, which was revised in 2021 when I joined the university, where we tried to look at whether, as a university, in the aftermath of COVID-19, we were purposeful for the future. Given that the modality has become quite important, an arena of teaching and learning research and engaged scholarship in many universities today, as it wasn't in the past. It was important for us as a university to look at how we renew our own university and its scientific agenda to ensure that we do not lose our competitive edge. As we moved into this era, we meticulously crafted our 2021 to 2025 strategic plan. The last two revisions of our strategic documents were driven by a singular overarching imperative to recenter UNISA's core strategy on catapulting the university as a pioneer in higher education, but also as a leader in the future. The vision is being brought to life through the intentional development and implementation of catalytic niche areas. To these research niche areas I'll later return. Program Director, a pivotal part of preceding strategic journey has been the evolution of our comprehensive open distance and e-learning model. We recognize that our existing model, while successful, needed to be revised to align with our renewed focus on comprehensiveness as well. And so it is with great pride that I announce to you today that our journey has reached a new milestone. In the first quarter of this year, UNISA Council approved the new comprehensive open distance and e-learning policy. And therefore, we cannot say we've not the requisite support for this aspect. I also want to not define what comprehensive open distance learning is. The experts like Professor Letseka, Professor Masinya, Professor Makwe, and others will define that. But for me, I thought it was imperative that we don't forget the comprehensive open distance multimodality, because that's what gives us an innovative edge. It is when we look into the multimodality that we will be able to reach any student and every student wherever they are in the modes that they are comfortable with. And therefore, how we integrate technology, media, teaching, learning, how we navigate the barriers imposed by geography and socioeconomic status, how we look at seamless digital infrastructures and fostering conducive excellence in teaching and learning will be important areas of our development. Let me also state to you, colleagues, as we solidify our understanding of the comprehensive university in South African context, it is imperative for our staff and students that you are acutely attuned to the unequivocal demand for impeccable quality in our program offerings. UNISA must ascend global stature. It must maintain its position amongst the world top open distances, but also research-intensive universities in the world. Whilst our context is unique, we must continue to be dedicated to people with disabilities, the working class, mid-career professionals, young and underprepared students, and we must ensure that the tools and the methods of assessment are progressive, enabling, and they assist our students to succeeding. Bless you. We must actualize our Codel ambition and not only ensure that our staff are proficient, adept, and motivated to engage with the rapidity and evolving technologies, including artificial intelligence that we talk so much about, but do little investments or investigations on. And therefore, we should be asking our questions. If AI, whether generative or not, has become the lifeline in the pathway of learning systems, what are our investments? And how do we ensure that such investments become accessible and expand direct access for our students and afford students diverse array of choices and requirements? I want to therefore finalize my speech by saying through our catalytic niche areas, we hope to elevate UNISA in the international arena in 3 key ways. First, in the global recognition of Africa scholarship by focusing on research and ensuring that the continent is not on the margins. The second, by targeted global partnerships, ensuring that the partners that we pursue have similar interests as we do in our developmental arena. Building unique identity as a university precisely responding to the questions and the challenges of our development, the catalytic niche areas, the 10 of them, are quite central to the economic emancipatory project that our country and continent require. I am of the view that, therefore, pursuing performance excellence will become an important imperative. Equally important will be the idea of ensuring that we don't just talk about the catalytic niche areas, colleagues, but we ensure that they are central to the evolution and competitiveness of our continent. It cannot be right that only one airline in the continent is competitive and is making profit and optimizes the economies that are associated, and that all airlines are struggling on the margins, and we as universities are quiet. Equally true, it cannot be responsible, we cannot be responsible as UNISA to be surrounded by the Indian or Africa Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean and not know anything and allow only 4 universities in the country to be addressing those. Therefore, it is our duty to be attentive to the oceanography and associated matters. The same is true that it cannot be true that South Africa, being a mid-income country, has invested so much money in the square kilometer array, meerkat, and other astronomy opportunities, and that only 2 universities are actively involved in those in our country. It's about time that we reclaim the future and insert and immerse ourselves in these areas where majority of Black people are often not seen. It is the requisite need that all of us, whether Black, white, mixed descent, of Asian descent, that we look into our continent and ensure that our pedagogies, our innovations become important arena for strengthening the nexus of our technology-enhanced teaching, learning, research, innovation, and student support ecosystem. It is equally important in universities such as ours to understand, and Professor Matiti, you'll agree with me, amongst the 26 universities in the country, only the University of Free State has accredited co-curricular education system. Many of us just recruit anyone who's willing or happy with youth and young adults to working in these areas. It's therefore our responsibility as UNISA to create a professionalized teaching on co-curricular and extracurricular engagement in our universities, not just as additional activity, but as the arena of enabling our students to really thriving not only in the classroom, in the laboratory, but also in the sports field, as it would be in the governance systems. Whilst, colleagues, you'll hear that I steered off from talking about MOOCs, I steered off from MOOCs, from technology-aided systems, from proctoring systems, from artificial intelligence optimization by our students, from being aware that not many institutions are able to detect some of the conduct by our students, which is sometimes not acceptable. I do this because the experts in this area will help us. Mine is to lay the groundwork for the work that we could do. And finally, colleagues, I want to appreciate the colleagues who are here from other universities, who are here to reflect with us about the future of education, around why it is important for us to invest in emancipatory education, in multimodality, attendant to the contradictions and the barriers of financing of higher education in our country and in the continent. Equally important, I'm hoping that this particular conference will also speak about the dire need for maths and science in our schools, in basic education, as it would be in the university system. If Professor Mamba Ndube, Dr. Maschab and Professor Mlauzi, Dr. Chongwani and Professor Cameron Mudisani, as well as Professor Mapoli and Professor Ganta, they will attest to the fact that when we need to recruit and enroll students in the sciences areas, we're not able because our basic education do not teach maths and science. It's our responsibility, if we want the continent to thrive, to begin to invest in this area because they're important for the development of our country. Finally, I'm very appreciative that the University of South Africa will be amongst the first universities in the country, but also in the continent, to own an airport. Thank you. Welcome to UNISA. Welcome to UNISA. Welcome to the University of the Land, the home of leaders. If you want to be a pilot, you can start now. If you want to learn and have a license on drones and their applications, colleagues, you can start now. If you think your job might be one of those that they call supernumeral, meaning redundant, this is the opportunity for us to rethinking about the future. Welcome. I wish you all the best, and I hope you'll have fun. I'm sorry for the long speech. I'm speaking on behalf of Mancom. There are 10. Thank you very much. I apologize. I'm being given a present from UNISA. Can I please, we will have a competition. Can I please request that we use it for a competition? And anybody who gets it right, maybe I can do the competition now and then okay. In my life, I was a teacher. I started at basic education. I also taught teachers of teachers. So I'm going to, for anyone. Maybe the students then, I don't know. I'll do concentration now begin. When was UNISA? Okay, concentration now begin. How many years did it take for UNISA to appoint a woman vice chancellor? No, everybody knows this one. No, let's leave it, huh? Okay. Concentration. There are two countries whose capital cities are Dakar. Which ones are those? Yes, raise your hand. No Google, please. Yeah. Two countries named cities, Dakar. No Google, colleagues. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. But
is one of them not Senegal?
Yeah, Senegal, and the other? No.
Ghana. Is it not Ghana?
It's in Asia.
Yes.
Colleagues, Dakar, two countries. Okay, we've passed that one. No. The students don't know. Google. There are two cities. The one is Dakar. The other is AKR. And it's not in Pakistan, Professor Ngosi. Okay, we'll do the last one. Tell me, what is the car that was produced by South African universities? The car that was produced by university students, what was its name? It's an invention of the country. Yes? Yes? Dual. Yes. So the FRC president is smart. This is the first time, colleagues, when you're buying the Chinese EV cars or the Germans and others, you should remember that University of Western Cape, where Professor Matete comes from, University of Venda, Stellenbosch, CSIR, created this important car, the EV car. It also had the EVA battery that now somebody in the US has made the most money on. Let us ensure that the innovations of our country and our students find commercialization. Congratulations.
And come and receive your prize. But you're also the president. You shouldn't. I'm told I don't need the vice chancellor's test. Thank you, our principal. Prof. Lalenja and I asked our principal to guide us through an understanding of who we are as a Codel University. And I think we need to give our principal a round of applause, and I'll tell you why. Just my word. I think what she did was to move the goalpost beyond what we asked, because my summation of it is she simply set the stage within that, but on a broader, much more macro level. And that's what we expect from our bosses, don't we? Round of applause for that. So thank you, Prof. Linkabula, for that brilliant. And we're going to think about it. We are already planning another conference on quality assurance. We're going to factor all these ideas into it. Can I now take this opportunity to bring on stage, this is our boss, by the way. This symposium occurs within the Directorate of Risk and Advisory Services. So I take this opportunity now to ask Dr. Matsiriso Mulapo to come to the stage. Rapport? Thank you. You don't need a stage. Okay. Yeah. Wow.
Hey. Thank you, VC, for the stage. Thank you, Program Director, for the opportunity. Let me first recognize our Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Linkabula, members of Executive Management and Extended Management of the University in attendance, Executive and Deputy Executive Deans from various colleges present, esteemed dignitaries, friends of UNISA in attendance this morning, distinguished guests from other universities and entities in South Africa and outside South Africa, college academics, professional and support staff, UNISANs, esteemed guests, students and partners in academia, and the university community that is here present, and those who are virtually connected. Good morning on this beautiful spring day. Thank you, VC, for opening and welcoming us to this occasion. And also thank you for the introductions, all protocol observed. It is both an honor and privilege to address you today on a theme that is not only central to our institutional identity, but also critical to our long-term strategic trajectory, the alignment between affirming UNISA's Codel plus identity and our aspiration to be a research-led university. This is not a matter of parallel ambition. It is a matter of deep and intentional integration, one that ensures our comprehensive open distance electronic learning model, the very DNA of UNISA, becomes both the conduit and the catalyst of advancing a research agenda that is globally competitive, socially responsive, as the VC had outlined in her presentation, and distinctively African. UNISA has been, for over a century, a pioneer of open distance learning. It has a proud history of pioneering distance education on the continent. Since the inception of distance learning, we have continually evolved our model to widen access and embrace innovation. The concept of distance learning was initially, or should I say operationally termed correspondence learning, where communication between the learner and the institution was facilitated from a distance as it is done today. In the 1990s, the institution embraced open distance learning to support post-1994 transformation and ensure equity, flexibility, and access. By 2008, UNISA formally adopted open distance e-learning, the Codel concept, embedding digital technologies to enhance teaching, learning, and student support. As we transformed, we have considered, and maybe even Prof. Magwe, would remember how, they looked at the business model, and we have even visited blended learning as a concept. And currently now we have moved to the concept of multimodality, which is our Vice Chancellor's brainchild. The concept of a Codel plus university emanated from a pivotal question posed by our principal and Vice Chancellor in 2021, mainly to recognize the comprehensive part of the concept that we had about Codel. And the question was, how can our Codel model fulfill the comprehensive mandate conferred upon us during the restructuring process effected across the South African universities? The restructuring process was informed by a seminal work produced by Dr. Trish Gibbon in 2004, as commissioned by the then Minister of Higher Education and Training, Professor Kada Ismail. The work called for a measure of universities and technikons, institutions delivering academic, professional, and vocational programs, respectively, to form comprehensive universities that integrate academic, professional, and vocational programs. These new institutions were tasked with contributing to human resources development of strategies by expanding access to higher education and enhancing articulation between career-oriented and general academic process. The evolution into Codel Plus was not merely a rebranding by our Vice Chancellor. It was a reaffirmation of pivotal transformative educational change that distance learning in the 21st century must be technologically enabled, innovative, inclusive, flexible, and user-friendly. Furthermore, this paradigm, as the VC had envisioned this, positions the university as a central agent in democratizing access, enabling us to fundamentally reimagine educational pathways for the youth of South Africa and to cultivate a robust ecosystem for lifelong learning among adult populations. UNISA has indeed risen to this challenge, emerging as a paramount institution that produces nearly half of South Africa's teachers. And it also surpasses universities qualifying chartered accountants, just to mention a few. UNISA today is a comprehensive open distance e-learning university. UNISA integrates a full range of qualifications with openness, distance, and technology enabled learning, positioning itself as a leading South African university or an African university that continues to shape inclusive higher education for the future. The plus in Codel signals our ambition to transcend traditional distance learning models. It speaks to the integration of electronic and digital modalities, the embedding of student support system, and the pursuit of quality assurance measures that are comparable with the best in the world. The ICT blueprint and digitalization strategy anchors and effects these digital modalities in the university's digital transformation initiative. This is further actualized through the deployment of cutting-edge academic programs which embrace our designated catalytic niche areas. VC mentioned earlier in her presentation about the current process with preparing for our 2026-2030 strategic plan, with Codel Plus being explicitly embedded in it. For instance, Pillar 1 of our strategy, advanced technology-mediated quality learning and teaching, which reinforces our identity as a global leader in digitally enabled pedagogy. Pillar 4 strengthens student support services, ensuring access with success in the Codel environment. And Pillar 5, resourcing the future, where Codel Plus is itself a research domain, requiring continuous scholarly investment. Thus, affirming our Codel Codel Plus identity is not a defensive act of preserving tradition. It is an offensive strategy of positioning ourselves in the cutting edge of technology-mediated learning. Equally, our commitment to becoming a research-led university is not a departure from our teaching mission, but it is natural extension. In the strategic plan, this is the most visible. In the strategic plan, the Pillar 2 is quite visible, which speaks to propelling research innovation. Research and innovation are explicitly positioned as engines of institutional visibility, academic reputation, and social impact. we have committed ourselves to raising our research output productivity from 1,897 DHET publication units in 2023 to 2,700 by 2029. And I think we are heading in the right direction, because in our recent submission to DHET, we have actually reached the 2,000 mark. And so this is assuring that, or ensuring that we will reach this mark, this target. And our other goal is growing our postgraduate graduation rate with a target of 1,300 master's and doctoral graduates by 2030, increasing our proportion of publication in catalytic niche areas to 60% by 2030, expanding the number of NRF-rated researchers to 340 by 2030, and strengthening global collaboration with 98% of research MOUs under implementation by 2030. So, thank you. These targets reflect not only ambition, but also credibility, and we know that we can do it. They place UNISA on a trajectory to be recognized both nationally and internationally as a research powerhouse whose impact is measurable in both scholarly and societal terms. As it was alluded to earlier on, UNISA academics and researchers UNISA's academics and researchers standing was substantiated by the academic ranking of world universities as our institution climbed the ranks from the 900 level, 2000 level to the 800 category globally. There's a round of applause here. As we speak, we are now rated amongst the number 6. We have moved from 8 to 6 amongst the 26 universities in South Africa. This acknowledgement of our performance reinforces UNISA's place among reputable global institutions. It is tempting to view Codel Plus and research as separate domains, one pedagogical, the other scholarly. But our strategic plan makes it abundantly clear that their futures are intertwined. Let me outline just some few examples so that you can see this intersection. Codel Plus is not just a mode of delivery, it is also a field of inquiry. Under Pillar 5, we have committed to continuously grow the Codel-related research outputs. This means our teaching practices, digital innovations, and student support strategies must themselves be subject to rigorous scholarly study. In this way, our pedagogy becomes evidence-based, our digital platform research-driven, and our student outcomes or graduations measurable against global best practices. Equally, Codel is the mechanism by which our research can reach broad audiences. Traditional universities are constrained by geography and physical space. UNISA through Codel Plus can ensure that our research findings, innovations, and intellectual outputs disseminated to communities far beyond our campuses, both in South Africa and across the African continent. Our 10 catalytic niche areas, from energy studies to biotechnological innovation, from feminist theorization to aviation and marine studies, must not only be research-led, but also integrated into research teaching curricula. And this is what the institution is undertaking currently. This dual integration ensures that postgraduate students, particularly in a distance learning context, are embedded in cutting-edge research conversations, conversation from the outset of their academic journey. While we as UNISA are in the process of positioning ourselves to implement the catalytic niche areas, the continent is going ahead of us. The continent is adopting the catalytic niche areas. While we talk about marine studies and creating centers of excellence in our coastal areas, the continent, and when we talk about our local coastal areas, we are thinking about the Western Cape, the Eastern Cape, and probably in SADC, Mozambique, and other areas. But the continent up there is adopting our catalytic niche areas. We were pleasantly, surprised when we were in Tanzania for the Africa month to deliver the President Thabo Mbeki lecture in Tanzania. One of the presenters, who is a minister in Tanzania, presented our catalytic niche areas and recognized UNISA and its good work. And he had a clear plan of how Africa and even the Africa Agenda 2063 should be adopting this catalytic niche area for the whole continent. And I must really thank DIA if they are there, because the minister had seen our catalytic niche areas in the magazine in a plane when he was flying from Ethiopia to Tanzania. And he said, wow, this is so brilliant for the continent. And he prepared a presentation out of that magazine that he read about UNISA. So, Chair, I'm sorry, I'm getting there. I will try to move as fast as possible. I know that I've gone beyond time. Let us map this integration explicitly against the 5 pillars, where pillar 1, which is speaking to advancing technology-mediated learning, Codel. Here, Codel Plus is both method and subject of research, innovation in learning platforms, artificial intelligence-driven student support, and the integration of African indigenous knowledge system into digital curricula are simultaneously pedagogical strategies and research frontiers. And then when we look at pillar 2, which looks at propelling research innovation, our research-led aspiration in advancing is advanced through targeted catalytic niche areas, publication outputs, postgraduate training, and global collaboration. But it is Codel, that provides the delivery mechanism, allowing research capacity building to occur at scale. And then when it comes to our engaged scholarship, through Codel Plus, engaged scholarship can transcend physical boundaries, enabling community-based research, partnerships, and knowledge co-creation that are digitally mediated. Our research is thus not confined to ivory towers, but lives in communities as it was outlined by the VC earlier on. And then in terms of pillar 4, which speaks to strengthening student support services, a research-led institution must also nurture research-led students. Strengthen support services from regional centers to digital hubs, create ecosystems in which research culture can thrive, even in the Codel environment. So we prioritize a student-centered approach, nurturing positive and affirming relationships throughout the student life cycle, from application to graduations. Concurrently, we establish and maintain collaborative partnerships with external stakeholders, including employers, through targeted industry engagements and liaisons. This ensures that our qualifications remain relevant, aligned with economic development priorities, and responsive to the needs of South Africa and the continent. And then in terms of our Africanization, decolonization, or in terms of resourcing the future, sorry, colleagues, continuous investment in Codel research, academic staff development, doctoral qualifications, strengthens the human capital base required for a research-led institution. And so in terms of decoloniality and Africanization, UNISA strategy situates both Codel Plus and research within a broader project, the decolonization and Africanization of knowledge. Our commitment to integrating African indigenous knowledge system into at least 30% of curricula by 2030 demonstrates how Codel Plus and research intersect in ways that are both contextually grounded and globally relevant. Similarly, our promotion of South African indigenous knowledge through teaching, research, and community engagement reaffirms our research-led trajectory. It's not about mimicking global North models, but about crafting a uniquely African path that nonetheless meets international standards of excellence. And so, colleagues, Affirming UNISA Codel Plus identify and advances our research-led aspirations are not two projects, as I had indicated earlier on. In conclusion, Chair, and ladies and gentlemen, let me remind us that UNISA's 2030 strategy and its 2026 to 2030 plan are not merely a management tool. They are our moral compass, both documents. They tell us about our commitment to society and a declaration of who we are and what we aspire to be. It is in line with our grounding in the Global Sustainable Development Goals, the Africa Agenda 2063, in our mission to craft the Africa that we want, and also our National Development Plan goals. By affirming our Codel Plus identity and aligning it seamlessly with our research-led aspiration, we are not only reclaiming UNISA's historic role as Africa's pioneer of distance education, but also of advancing its future as a globally recognized, research-intensive, and socially transformative university. Let us then move forward with courage, conviction, and clarity, knowing that the journey we undertake between 2026 and 2030 will define UNISA not just for this decade, but for many, many generations to come. Let me take this opportunity to join the VC in extending the most cordial welcome to everyone at this UNISA Codel Symposium, Codel Plus Symposium. It is my sincere conviction that this symposium will provide all participants joining us today here at Tshwane, at the Macleneck campus, and online with valuable perspectives that will enhance their professional practice and enable them to contribute meaningfully to their perspective departments and institutions. It is also my firm belief, my firm expectation that this forum will catalyze a series of critical debates and scholarly exchange, generating invaluable insights to inform your respective institutions' strategic trajectories as we craft a way forward for the Africa that we want. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Prof. Thank you.
Yes. The moment the stage went down, she basically disappeared. Thank you, Dr. Mulapo. In the crafting of the program, Professor Lorenzo and I were looking at specific portfolios. What are the key takeaways that whoever we wanted to bring here would add to the symposium? And Dr. Mulapo, as you might all be aware, is acting VP, Strategy, Risk and Advisory Services. And I think what came out of the presentation, briefly, and I'll take just a minute, is I believe she guided us through the strategic focus of UNISA vis-a-vis the university's Codel mission and mandate, and that's quite critical. I also think that she highlighted the alignment between Codel and being a research-led university, but most importantly, she took us through the UNISA scholarly drive towards attainment of key indicators, particularly bringing in the role of our own catalytic niche areas and the drive towards, we have been seeing a meteoric rise of UNISA in the national and global ranking. And I think, Dr. Mlapo, you brought that out quite cogently. A round of applause. Thank you. I'm going to call the real Mkhalabia here. Re Shivas. You see, I'm the only one we can call the Shivas Mkhalaj because Nale Narba Hala, yeah. So yours. Round of applause.
Colleagues, good morning. Dumelang. Tataliteka, Ronar Wakalaviva, Vala Pakir. In African context, any family should have elders, So, indeed, we are sort of the elders of the family, of this big family. Don't you want to give me that assistant aid? Visibility aid. Now I feel elevated. I feel elevated. Colleagues, good morning. Let me just say all protocol observed. And it's very challenging to talk after two dynamic women, our VC and also Prof. Mulapo, to really follow on the trend, which you have already said. But we are very, very grateful that to be just conversing with you this morning, more especially as part of my task, I've been called to say I must set the tone
for this symposium, And I think from the two speeches that we've already had, the tone has been set. Maybe we just also need to alert you that you are our accomplices, because the symposium, we are saying affirming, those of you who will analyze, who do a lot of analysis, will agree with me to say, when you say you are affirming something, it means you already say it is done. You just want to sustain it for it to go on. Indeed, as UNISA, we can affirm that we are a Codel institution. And a lot of work has been done around this area. Years ago, we used to visit many universities, Open UK, Athabasca, just to benchmark in order on our way to being a Codel institution. And we did that. And hence I'm saying where we are now, we are really a Codel institution. So you are all the witness here. That is the first tone that we need to set. It's also exciting that we had a lot of student leadership this morning, because one of the measures in any academia business is student success. You may do whatever you are doing. However, if you don't succeed in making students to succeed, you are often judged by that, whether you are in public space or whether you're in private space. So it's critical that we also, when we debate and when we talk in this symposium, we must always say, can we take a pause? Can we reflect and reaffirm our purpose? From the portfolio of teaching and learning, we want to say we need to exist for student success. The portfolio in its stride towards student success, there are some of the issues that we can point out. For example, in terms of student engagement, I think this university is really doing its own strides and also its own approach to say, let us engage students. When the academic integrity course was introduced, it was not going to be a famous move, more especially on students, because it would have been seen as aiding workload on what we are doing. However, for us as a distance, as a Codel institution, that was the first sign to say, let's engage our students so that when they get into our context, they are able to know what is it that they are doing. It is also critical that in a developing context of Codel, we should be aware of the other imperatives on the horizon, the artificial intelligence. And Madam VC, I think we need to indicate to you that I think we are at an advanced stage of developing AI guidelines, not only for ourselves, not only for students, but also for us as academics, because at times we are found in that judgmental mode to say, hey, we just want to cut students because they are using this. But at times ourselves we say, have we reflected enough? So colleagues, I'm inviting you that when we engage in these debates in this symposium, let us also look at that to say, what is it that we are doing genuinely and honestly? I also need to indicate that one of the achievements, I think, in the portfolio was the issue in terms of development of the policies. The revision and development of the policies. We are almost, in terms of the regulatory stakeholders, Council on Higher Education. There was a point where they were saying they are not going to accredit our qualifications because our policies are not updated. We are glad to indicate that we are almost like 85% in terms of finalizing what CHE requires as institutional policy profile. Thanks for that, colleagues, because it's a lot of hard work. We know Dr. Mulap is also on that, and also the council is also looking at us to say, what is it that we are doing? We are glad. So I'm also saying, when we get into this mode, when we get into this symposium, when we are in this symposium, let us also say, what is it that we are doing in order to sustain, more especially colleagues, if you agree with me that we are already a Codel model. And, we just need to say, what is it that we need to do in order to sustain ourselves and also be proactive, VC, one of the thoughts that came to my mind when we say UNISA Codel, the question is, what is it that we need really to be resolving? What solutions do we need to bring to the context of the country, to the context of the global stage? And we do commend the thinking around the catalytic niche area. Because for us, more especially, yes, I've been a curriculum specialist for some years, because we should be asking to say, what is the future curriculum of a Codel institution? What type of qualifications will we be offering to our students? We don't need to think of it as yesterday. We need to be saying 20 years from now. Those of us who feel we are lifelong learners, if I come in the next 5 years and say, I want to register a degree at UNISA, what is it that will have in this degree and what is it that it will do in my life? Thus, the realities that are confronting us, as I indicated, student success is a reality that we are living with and we must resolve. And it is in this seminar, it is in this symposium that maybe we need to look at, in terms of our programs, in terms of the outcomes and throughputs, what is it that we are doing for our students? We also need to, again, say, as a Codel institution, in terms of our access, and the old adage, access for success, we cannot wish it away. We cannot wish it away. In all the businesses that we will be doing, we must always think to say, hey, we have accessed the students, we have got them in our books, but what are we doing for them to be successful? We are also confronted, I think, the societal agenda, high unemployment rate, and also employability. We know that soon we are also talking of entrepreneurship. The CHE has also assisted us in terms of the work integrated learning and say pointing direction. However, one of the things that we can see in our horizon, more especially those of us who are in the regulatory stakeholder environment, quality assurance framework. And the intention of CHE is that soon, as institution of a Codel institution, we should be able to really accredit ourselves. Thus, we need to be saying, what is it that as a Codel institution, we need to do to transform our curriculum and also our learner support, our student support activities, because we know we are in a Codel institution already. Prof. Gacha, we are also saying to you, I think the continental challenge that the VC mentioned is exciting to be ranked globally, but also we need to be saying at the continent, what is our contribution as a Codel institution? And even we don't need to start at the continental, we may also say at SADC regions, And I think that is why this symposium is well resourced, well enriched, because we will also hear voices from our local neighboring institution. That's very, very helpful. So I'm saying part of the tone for this debate is also saying African global agenda, the continental agenda, and how does it shape the global geopolitics of our time. We hope, Dr. Glennie, that you also advise us in terms of openness. How openness should a Codel institution be open? If one is to put it that way. You know? Some of us who had an opportunity given by UNISA to visit Open UK, Dr. Makwe, you'll be aware, Athabasca, Malaysia, we should also, I think you will be able to lead us and also debate on saying how open should a Codel institution be open. There are also quite some of the themes that will come through our discussions. And please, if they do come, suggest the directions for us. These days, now and then, we talk of student success economics, because it also becomes a very, very critical role to say, as a student, you get into an institution and your success in the institution should, in another way, become beneficial, and more especially for some of us who believe higher education should be for the public good. Higher education should be for the public good. In other words, one benefits as individual, but that benefit must be translated into our societal benefits. We believe already a research-led Codel, Dr. Mulapo indicated just in terms of the output that we are seeing, and we should also be saying that should also lead us to say, what is it that we are benefiting out of this research-led Codel? Yes, some of us, as UNISA, I think we took a deliberate decision that will belong to micro-credentials, project on micro-credential in South Africa, because that is also where the world is going, At times, our learners, they don't want to stay in our system for that long, And we've got people out there that, hey, I just need to quickly get these skills. Why must I come and stay in the institution for so long? So, and I think the future of micro-credential is something that possible this symposium should guide us. And ladies and gentlemen, let me, towards my conclusion, just indicate again that UNISA, I think we got a very, very critical role to play both at regional level and even at global level. Whether it's, we want to start at Global South, I think that's a good indication that charity is beginning at home. I think through the collaboration with NAMCOL, BOU, SIDE, and COL, we really do appreciate these kinds of networks, and also saying, I think the future is brighter if we forge the way ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just indicate to say it will be good also for this symposium just to say to us, what is it again that we are doing for student success? Because that is the only measure. That is the only measure that we are measured around, We are not measured around resources that we consume. We are not measured against any other thing. We are always measured by student success. Let me also express the sentiments of our VC and also Dr. Mulapo to say, really, we wish this symposium to be a success. And in Tatelitsika, let it not be just one of those accident symposium that has happened. Let us build in follow-up and success models around what we've started here. On that note, let me also conclude that, colleagues, we are very excited that you are all witness that and you have affirmed that UNISA or a Codel plus and research-led institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Thank you, Ndadishivasa. I spent 10 years in the Eastern Cape, so I kind of got Hosanized. So when an elder has spoken like Ndadishivasa, in the Eastern Cape we say inkokeli tetile. So a round of applause. We are now at the tail end of the first part of the program. We are going to have messages of support, and I am acutely aware of time. I think we're doing well. We're supposed to break for coffee in just about 11, and I really would like the colleagues who I'm going to call to give messages of support, to give messages of support. Okay? So can I then call first the president of the SRC? Hey, when I don't campaign here, give a message of support. Yeah, so normally just about 43 minutes. So, okay, energy.
Vice Chancellor, Professor Linkambula, esteemed guests, comrades and fellow students, and the broader academic community, I greet you all. We are gathered here to speak about the vision of higher education, and not just of the University of South Africa. But of course, we are well aware that at the University of South Africa, our story is written through comprehensive and open distance and e-learning model. This model was meant to democratize education and to break down the barriers of geography, poverty, and circumstances. It was meant to make the child in the township in Mamelodi, the young person in the rural village in Mulej, and the worker in the urban center all equal in their access to higher education. But comrades, let us speak the truth about how student-centric can we claim to be if the digital divide remains. UNISA is the largest university on the African continent with over 387,000 students enrolled. Out of these, with 178,000 funded through the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, meaning that nearly half of our students' body comes from the working class and poor backgrounds. This reality is a clear reminder that UNISA is not just the university that is just another institution of the poor. That is just the university of the poor, the marginalized, but it's also the university for the dreamers who refuse to be left behind. And when we compare UNISA to the elite, historically advantaged universities, the picture becomes clearer. For example, Stellenbosch University has fewer than 35,000 students. That is less than 1/10 of UNISA's size. Yet Stellenbosch and similar institutions are well-resourced, connected, and cushioned from the struggles that define our student population. UNISA, by contrast, carries the heaviest burden of transformation in South African higher education space. And the struggles of our students cannot be separated from the struggles of our society. Today, more than 55% of South Africans live in poverty. Youth unemployment stands at over 45%, with millions of young people who are neither in education, employment, nor in any formal training. Many of the students who come to UNISA are the very same young people counted in these statistics, carrying the burden of poverty while fighting for an education that can change their lives. Yet, what does this mean in practice? In our townships and rural areas, young people still walk kilometers to find a place with stable network coverage. They study at midnight because data is cheaper at odd hours. They share devices such as laptops because they are a luxury. They log in on broken phones, while others in wealthy suburbs have fiber internet and unlimited data and the latest devices. This is not equality, this is not justice. This is not what Codel this is not what Codel means to us. A student-centric university cannot ignore these realities of poverty, access to online learning. This is not simply about opening a portal. It is about ensuring that students have data, devices, access to infrastructure, and to use the portal effectively. Otherwise, Codel becomes a model of exclusion rather than inclusion. But comrades, our responsibility does not end at South Africa's borders. UNISA is a global and continental university. Its reach stretches beyond Limpopo, beyond the Zambezi, and beyond the Sahara, carrying the dreams of students across Africa who look to this institution for opportunity. For University of South Africa to truly serve Africa's university, it must remain affordable and accessible to students throughout the continent, because education that is priced beyond the reach of the poor is not education. It is not education for liberation, it is education for exclusion. We demand that the university be bold in addressing this. We are ready to work alongside you and your management in the fight for affordable data and for the investment in rural connectivity for accessible computer labs and Wi-Fi zones in every community in South Africa. And at the same time, we demand that the affordability is protected so that no student, whether in Soweto, Lusaka, Kigali, is denied a UNISA education because of the cost. A student-centric university must not just open its doors, it must make sure that students can walk through them and succeed. We also demand that the support is humanized, VC, because the distance education must never mean distant education. Students need lecturers who are responsive, counselors who care about the students, and administrators who treat us not as numbers, but as people with dreams, struggles, and potential. Comrades and friends, the future of higher education is here. Technology is here. Artificial intelligence is here. And e-learning is changing the game. But if we allow inequality to persist, the future will not belong to the poor. The future will not belong to those in rural villages. The future will not belong to the majority of South Africa and the young people on the continent. And that is why we insist, and loudly and unapologetically, that students must be at the center of our business. Not institutional pride, not statistics, but we must be the heartbeat of the universities. Let me remind you that education is not a privilege, education is a right. And if UNISA through Codel is to remain the university of the people and the university of the continent, it must wage a war against digital divide, champion the cause of the poor and the marginalized, while ensuring that affordability for all across the continent. We thank you. Amanda.
Mr. President, when I studied philosophy at the University of London, I was made to read a paper by a certain Walter Bryce Gailey, which is simply titled Essentially Contested Concepts. So, Mr. President, you just took our Codel and turned it into a contestations. Viva! Congratulations, we are contesting. I think this is an enriching side of the discussion. We had the VP, the VC, everybody else speaking. Now we are hearing another side of the, and that's exactly what we are here for. Let's contest, let's engage. Now, can I at this point in time call Professor Dube? I wonder where she might be. Professor Dube from the College of Science and Technology? No. Going, go. And then I'll call, well, this is my super mentee, Professor Selezo. Come and give us some welcome support from Bo. I'm sorry, Dr. Kacha, we ask her, not you.
Dumelang Bahaitsu. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you. Directors of this morning's proceedings, Vice Chancellor and colleagues that have stood and spoken to us this morning before me, allow me to write on the already established protocol. I'm aware that I now stand here as a barrier between yourselves and the health break. So I'll make sure that I'm succinct and to the point in my delivery of message of support. Vice Chancellor, I bring you warm greetings from the SADC Center for Distance Education. I bring you a message of goodwill and a message of hope. I'm aware that I've been requested to deliver a message of support, but being a UNISA myself, I was here as a postdoctoral fellow for 2 years. And I feel so at home when I'm in UNISA, like when I'm at Botswana Open University. And I'm grateful for Professor Letseka and colleagues from the College of Education, Professor Van Wyk and others. So I really feel privileged and honored to be standing before us all. I also bring you message of hope, message of goodwill, and message of support from your sister institutions in the SADC region. They are saying, well done and congratulations in your 150 plus years of existence. You have represented them, and not just represented them, but represented them very well in the open and distance learning space. Thank you so much for being such great ambassadors. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I think you really remain relevant as you reach out to marginalized members of our communities. I speak now to UNISA as a case for open and distance learning institutions. You do allow our people, you give them the space to learn at their own pace, own time, and own place, among others. You provide lifelong learning. As we say, learning has to take place from the womb all the way to the tomb. And I'm happy and proud to say you have proved to be doing that very well. And you allow those enrolled with ourselves to learn while earning. They work while studying. And for that, colleagues, we remain very grateful. You also, colleagues, embrace those that are enrolled with yourselves, with your institution, especially your students. These are your most important constituents. And like His Honor, the President, you know, our President, we are in the new republic in Botswana. They call it the new Botswana. So we don't refer to our President as His Excellency. We just say Mr. President. So, Mr. President, you have said it all. The colleagues, the staff at UNISA, Vice Chancellor and colleagues, they're not here for you. They're here for you students, but the students are not here for you colleagues. So you have to really walk the talk, support the students as necessary. Remember, these are the people who can build you, but also remember, these are the people who can break you. Take them along and let them own their learning so that when they falter, they will know it's no problem of your own. problems happen, but again, it takes two to tango. They will learn when you are there to support them. So thank you for that moving speech, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you at UNISA. You support professional development, but you also facilitate practice to meet learning, because that which people learn in the industry is also implemented here at through the ODL space. Like I say, you learn while you earn, and you bring that which you learn in the industry into practice here. You also adapt to evolving demands of job markets, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, I think UNISA has proved beyond reasonable doubt to be research responsive. I can vouch to that. They're research intensive. And now they have indeed proved that they are ODL champions, not only in the region, but globally. Just to share with you, UNISA, I think historically, they have become the first ever African country to host the Pan Commonwealth Forum. I think PCF too, it was held by UNISA. And we have indeed set the tone, because the PCF 7 was hosted in Nigeria. And I'm proud to announce that PCF 11 will be hosted in Botswana, Gaborone next week, and I'm expecting to be welcoming a lot of you to the Republic of Botswana this coming week. And again, I must share with ourselves that again, UNISA has proved to be a force to reckon with, because these are the people who are bringing the largest contingency of delegates to the PCF 11. Well done, and thank you so much for supporting the Republic of Botswana in this endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, you have indeed responded to global challenges. You have indeed addressed issues such as access to education. You have indeed addressed issues of equity and inclusion. I can vouch for that. The lady standing next to me is doing a very good job. This is a clear sign of inclusion. And I think Mr. President is also happy that there is presence of this. At least there are improvements, even where there are certain areas where there is clear exclusion, at least in terms of access, we can see that UNISA is heading the way and doing very well. Bagaitso, I am also proud to share with you, who may not be in the know, that SADC CDE remains UNISA's key collaborating partner. And it has been like this for the longest of time, through offering mentorship, of course. Professor Makwe can attest to this. Professor Sindile Ngubane and the rest of the team members can attest to this, for they remain strategic partners, not only for SADC CDE, but for DIASA, Distance Education Association of Southern Africa. UNISA has remained very visible in all these, and I take it that the workshops that have been run by DIASA, the workshops that have been facilitated by the SADC CDE and the rest of the other member states have been led by colleagues from University of South Africa, and we don't need to be told stories about your goodwill. We have experienced it. Some of us have lived experiences and can tell stories about how your footprints are visible in the region, and for that you are bringing hope not only to the region but to the entire continent of Africa. Colleagues, I did say that I won't be that long, because I know, like I said, I stand between you and the health break. Where I come from, when you talk and talk and talk, they leave you alone in the room. And they tell you, is basukiri we have to eat. Basukiri is diabetics. Those that have diabetics, it's time for us to eat. So they'll leave you speaking alone in the room. Now, allow me to quote Alvin Toffler when he said, e-learning isn't about open quote. E-learning isn't about making education any easier. It's about making it available. And the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, those who cannot unlearn, and those that cannot relearn, close quote. Now, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by wishing you many more years of continued success, many more years of growth in driving the Codel agenda, both in our region, continent, and beyond the borders of our mother continent. Now receive your flowers when they're still fresh and smell the good scent. I thank you all, Ke a leboga, and have a happy spring day. Thank you.
Now, this is the moment where I become selfish. Now, applaud me for being on time. It's 11 o'clock. It's time for break. We have managed the time well. Colleagues, it's 11 o'clock. It's time for coffee. And we will reconvene at exactly 11:30. So you have 30 minutes to have coffee, to go for comfort break, but brilliantly. Thank you. See you around. Bye-bye. for loading? All right, I need to sort that out. Prof, can I? We are trying to sort out a minor technicality, then we'll get going. All right, we're back on track. We have in our maths, we're coming. We have in our midst a very important guest. I don't want to spill the bean. I will refer to him as Prof. Mzo. He will know. So I'll ask Prof. Lalende to come in here and introduce the Prof. We just want to recognize Prof.
Thank you, Program Director. Let me take this opportunity to introduce Professor Mzoba Nzimboya, who has been in his last deployment work as NEPAD Secretariat responsible for health and education. He has been in the university sector for a number of years and is somebody that we work closely as UNISA to drive certain transformational aspect and our focus into this thing of serving humanity and being an African university. Thank you.
I know that we did not have Professor Mboya on the table of precedence, but there's something special that Professor Mboya did for UNISA. So when I was still the strategist in the office of Professor Mathangi, for the first time, the only university to have a partnership with the African Union, he helped us to facilitate that. It was my initiative with a young lady at this university that has grown to be a senior person. Professor Mboya opened all the doors for the University of South Africa to have that partnership. Thank you.
Well, on that note, thank you, Prof, for reminding us of that. Can I then call onto the stage Professor Mpine Makwe, Executive Dean of the College of Education, to do the honors of introducing the guest speaker. I don't want to mention it because I'll spoil the fun. On the stage.
I'm taller than her. Until I test this, I'm taller than you. I need the stage. What's the boasting?
Even with the Rikwai, she's still short.
Okay. Dumelang, good morning, colleagues. On this beautiful spring day, and everyone here is springing. And it gives me immense pleasure to introduce to you Professor Peter Scott, who is the 5th president
and Chief Executive Officer of the Commonwealth of Learning. His career reflects a deep commitment to open and distance learning. He's very innovative as an academic and also as an administrator. He commenced his career in academia as a researcher and a lecturer at the University of Sheffield, UK. His expertise in open learning innovation was further honed during a 20-year tenure at the Open University in the UK, where he directed the Knowledge Media Institute, specializing in artificial intelligence and education. So AI is not new. It has been around for a while. And I think COVID is the one that propelled it to where it is now. In 2015, Professor Scott joined the University of Technology, Sydney in Australia as Pro-Vice Chancellor, after which he became the president of Athabasca University, one of the major open universities in the world, and an open university with a lot of innovative activities. Across all his role, he has been pioneering force in educational change, focusing on new modes of learning and teaching, particularly in the digital realm. His work has significantly contributed to the global transformation of education through technology. Now it gives me a great pleasure to introduce to you Professor Peter Scott, who I think will be joining us online.
Distinguished colleagues, honored guests, and members of the University of South Africa, UNISA, it is a great privilege to join you for this critical symposium. Professor Maketsi Letseka, I am deeply grateful for the invitation to contribute to this discourse on the identity, opportunities, and responsibilities of a comprehensive open, distance, and e-learning and research-led university. I'll present today with my esteemed colleague, Dr. Jaco Olivier. Together, we extend warm appreciation to the organizers for creating a forum that brings together such a rich diversity of perspectives in pursuit of a shared vision for higher education in a changing world. UNISA holds a distinguished place in the Commonwealth and the global higher education landscape. As one of the largest and oldest open learning institutions, it has served as both a pioneer and a beacon for those committed to widening access to quality education. This symposium provides a unique opportunity to examine the evolving nature of that role in a context characterized by volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. It's in this spirit that I bring greetings from the Commonwealth of Learning, COL. Established in 1987 by the Commonwealth Heads of Government, COL was created to expand access to learning by harnessing the potential of distance education and communication technologies. We aim to help governments and institutions and organizations to improve the scale, efficiency, and quality of learning through open, distance, and technology-based approaches. Today, we work with national and institutional partners across the Commonwealth to promote learning for sustainable development, with a particular focus on expanding opportunities for those who are most likely to be left behind. I look forward to our shared exploration of how open distance and e-learning support by robust and inclusive student support systems can not only respond to the demands of the present, but also shape a more equitable and resilient future for learners everywhere. The global landscape of open distance and e-learning is being reshaped by forces of change that are as complex as they are far-reaching. We live in what is frequently described as a VUCA world, one marked by volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. This term, first coined in the military context, has been widely adopted in education to describe the fluid and unpredictable environment in which institutions now operate. Global challenges such as climate change, economic instability, demographic shifts, political polarization, and rapid technological innovation have converged to create conditions in which agility and resilience are no longer merely optional for higher education providers. In response to these conditions, universities across the globe are grappling with significant shifts in learner expectations, in modes of delivery, and of course, in funding structures. Traditional models of campus-based full-time study are giving way to more flexible, technology-enabled pathways that allow learners to access knowledge and skills wherever they are. This trend was accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic, which exposed both the potential and the limitations of digital learning at scale. Three trends are particularly relevant. First, there's a growing demand for lifelong learning as individuals recognize the need to update their skills in an economy driven by innovation and automation in South Africa and globally. Second, considering the unemployment rates in contexts across the world, including South Africa, there's an increasing emphasis on employability, with universities expected to align their curricula more closely with the evolving needs of rapidly changing labor markets. And third, there's a call for more inclusive and equitable access, with stark inequalities in connectivity, resources, digital literacy, all are persistent barriers for many learners, especially in the global south. Within this landscape, open and digital has moved from the margins to the mainstream of educational provision. Open distance and e-learning encompasses a spectrum of approaches that combine the principles of openness, removing unnecessary barriers to entry, with flexible technology-mediated delivery. Institutions such as UNISA, the Open University in the United Kingdom, and the Indira Gandhi National Open University in India have demonstrated that high-quality learning can be delivered at scale, often reaching hundreds of thousands of students simultaneously. The benefits of open distance and e-learning are manifold. It enables access for those who cannot participate in traditional campus-based education due to geographic, economic, and personal constraints. It supports diverse learning styles and paces through asynchronous learning opportunities, and it facilitates cross-border collaboration and the sharing of resources. Open educational resources promote cost-effectiveness and innovation. Moreover, emerging technologies such as generative AI, learning analytics, and immersive simulations are opening new possibilities for the personalized and adaptive learning support. However, the growing prominence of this model also brings new responsibilities. In our VUCA world, open institutions must ensure that the flexibility and sustainability they offer do not come at the expense of student support and quality assurance. The global experience during the pandemic revealed that technology alone does not guarantee effective learning outcomes. Pedagogy, support systems, and institutional commitment remain critical as determinants of success. In short, open is uniquely positioned to address many of the challenges facing higher education today, but it requires intentional design, strong institutional leadership, and sustained investment in both the human and the technological capacity. As we reflect on the symposium theme, the question is no longer whether this model can be a viable mode of delivery, but how can it be harnessed most effectively to foster inclusive, resilient, and future-ready universities in a world defined by constant change. The Commonwealth of Learning occupies a unique position in the global education landscape. We're the only intergovernmental organization dedicated to exclusively promoting and advancing open, distance, and technology-enabled learning. Codel enduring vision is to be the foremost global agency that promotes learning for sustainable development. That mission helps governments, institutions, and organizations expand the scale, efficiency, and quality of learning by using exactly these open, distance, and technology-based approaches. In this way, COL contributes directly to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Goal 4 on inclusive and equitable quality education and lifelong learning opportunities for all. We work with governments and institutions to strengthen policy planning and capacity for doing open education. And we support the development of quality open education resources, OER, providing technical assistance and adopting licensing to promote knowledge sharing. COL's Technology-Enabled Learning Initiative, for example, has enabled institutions to integrate digital pedagogies and expand access through online and blended learning delivery modes. A distinctive feature of our approach is an emphasis on the scalability and cost-effectiveness. We place a strong emphasis on reaching those most likely to be excluded from education. Women and girls, small states, and the rural and remote are priority groups in all of our interventions. COL recognizes that equitable access requires not only technological solutions, but also the dismantling of these structural barriers, including gender norms and socioeconomic constraints. Now, in terms of learning and student support, among many other activities over the years, COL has contributed in a variety of ways. For example, with the rise of generative AI, COL collaborated with the National University of Samoa to create an online learner support pilot using GPT-powered technology. In 2024, we published a manual on institutional learner support services. And that year to this, we collaborated with the Tertiary Education Commission in Sierra Leone in capacity building for learner support processes for all of their higher education institutions in that country. And over the past 5 years, COL has supported 13 universities in Africa, developing and implementing employability frameworks to get robust learning support processes for developing employable graduates. That initiative has now been extended to a project involving 17 open universities in India. COL's intergovernmental status enables us to foster collaboration across 56 different member states of our Commonwealth. It brings together the ministries, the universities, and the development agencies, sharing innovations, creating joint projects, and advancing our collective goals. Through thought leadership in open learning policy and practice, we're informing the global debate in the future of learning in our uncertain VUCA world, to transform higher education systems to be inclusive, flexible, and resilient. Furthermore, we serve as a pivotal agent for change, ensuring that open, distance, and e-learning is harnessed not merely as a mode of delivery, but as an instrument for equity, for empowerment, and sustainable development.
Thank you, President Scott. In the context of comprehensive open distance and e-learning, student support refers to the range of policies, processes, services, resources, and interventions designed to enable learners to achieve their academic goals, develop personally and professionally, and remain engaged throughout their learning journey. Unlike traditional campus-based provision, open environments often require learners to operate in more autonomous and geographically dispersed ways, which can heighten the risk of isolation and disengagement if adequate support is not in place. Student support in open learning can be broadly understood as encompassing 3 interrelated dimensions:
engagement. So I have just a few interesting examples to illustrate how targeting to intervene early based on data-driven insights. Smart solutions run alongside continued investment into large-scale online interactive events, where, for example, their student hub Live has for many years reached out to large numbers of synchronous learners. All of those innovative solutions created and maintained by that university themselves. In India, the Indira Gandhi National Open University has implemented learner support by integrating conventional social networking tools like Facebook, WhatsApp, Google Meet, email, and bulk SMS for functions such as academic counseling, for induction, and for the whole student service. These domestic public technologies are used daily by their academics. Research notes that these tools have improved communication, but most staff need further ICT training and infrastructure enhancements to make delivery optimal. In the Caribbean, the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine's academic literacies program, has implemented an 8-pronged virtual learner support model. This has included enhanced e-learning use, virtual writing center services, ongoing advising, targeted workshops, non-credit writing opportunities, one-to-one tutorials for at-risk students, and amplified student feedback, all fostering simultaneous student success and staff development. Moving on to the African continent, at the National Open University of Nigeria, counseling services play a vital role in guiding learners about enrollment, on course selection, study skills, and overcoming isolation. These services significantly enhance learning quality by fostering academic engagement and providing that personalized support we described earlier. Learners benefit from improved motivation and stronger connections with the institution, and this fully reinforces the value of the importance of a well-structured learner support system. And for you in South Africa, of course, at UNISA, the regional office's learner support has been implemented through counseling, tutorials, academic literacy, quantitative skills training, library services, digital labs, and e-tutoring. Staff have emphasized holistic, collaborative approaches, referral systems, and technology use. These services have enhanced student success, engagement, and autonomy, and improved marketing, disability support, and ICT focuses as recommended. Within the KwaZulu-Natal province, learner support has been implemented through decentralized learning centers, academic counseling, tutorials, technology-assisted communication, and, importantly, regional workshops. All of these have enhanced access and engagement and retention, despite the challenges of resource allocation and the balancing of student support with administrative demands. What these diverse cases demonstrate is that while the contexts vary, the principles remain the same: accessibility, responsiveness, scalability underpin effective student support for open education. And they also show how partnerships, capacity building, and technology, hallmarks of Cole's work, can enable transformative change through the regions. As we reflect on these different insights, it is clear that our shared understanding of open holds a transformative potential to expand access, enhance equity, and to prepare our learners for a world defined by constant change. Realizing this vision demands that institutions place student support at the heart of their mission and ensure that academic, administrative, and personal assistance are seamlessly integrated into every stage of a learner's journey. The examples we've given from across the Commonwealth show that when support systems are responsive and inclusive, and, by the way, innovative, engagement, improved retention, and empowerment helps learners achieve their goals. Fulfilling this promise requires sustained collaboration amongst our governments, our institutions, our educators, and the wider communities. It calls for embracing technology not as an UNISA, but as a means to create that personalized, culturally relevant, and accessible learning experience. And it requires a commitment to dismantling structural barriers, building capacity, and ensuring that no learner is left behind. COL is glad to be a partner in this effort, offering our thought leadership, technical expertise, and collaboration to scale innovation, share resources, and strengthen capacity across all of these diverse contexts. So let us move forward, united in the mission to harness the full power of open, distance, and e-learning for sustainable development. By working together, sharing knowledge, and innovating with a purpose, we create learning environments that are not only resilient to change, but are the catalysts we need for inclusion and the social progress of all. Thank you.
I've had to use the stage, Prof. Linkabula. I'm slightly elevated now. We're not going to have a discussion now, so I'm going to call Professor Gosenkacha to come and deliver his message. Afterwards, Prof. Makwe then will come back and then manage the responses. It's on the program. Oh, you're not ready? Oh. Okay. Sam, would you assist the prof? Okay. Talking. Yeah.
And can you put it on? Yeah. That's it. That's fine. Sorry. Yeah, it's fine. You can control it here, but we're here.
Oh. Slides where? Why doesn't it get to?
So you have not, do you want it like this? Do you want
I full, it's fine.
Very much.
Yeah. That is the first one. Okay.
So we start from here.
Yes.
It's projecting. It's fine.
Good. Good. Is it good morning or good afternoon? Thank you very much. I will share a few reflections on challenges and opportunities for open and distance learning, with a bias, obviously, towards Botswana Open University. But it will be applicable to similar contexts in South Africa or elsewhere. In terms of this reflection, I would also like to indicate that we have been influenced to a large extent by SADC ODL capacity building. The problem that existed around 2004, 5, 6, 7 are still the same. And when you look at the ODL space and what is happening in Southern Africa and in South Africa and Botswana included, the challenge is the negative public perceptions. We have tried our level best to undertake ODL advocacy. But I think it has not been enough, particularly taking this to the corporate world, to the private sector, and the public and government. The cases in most instances, you ask people, would you take your son or daughter to an ODL institution or to a conventional institution? I'll give an example. For example, if you are in South Africa, if you say, no, I'm sending my son to UNISA. The next person will say, no, I'm sending my daughter to VAS. That is currently the problem that is driven by perceptions of ODL and conventional settings, where people believe, no, quality belongs, is driven best when you are in a face-to-face institution. So these perceptions of poor or negative about ODL affects the issue of quality and credibility. In other words, this demonstrates that our advocacy is inadequate and leads to consequences of accreditation sabotage and denied employment opportunities for employment in some sectors. I'll give two scenarios in terms of quality and credibility that will still suffer as a result of the negative ODL perceptions. Recently, we had an issue where an entity from the private sector basically could not accept graduates from an ODL institution. And that needed for the committee, their accreditation, to actually get endorsement from this community of practice so that they could allow the accreditation of PhD and so forth. And the accreditation could not take place because the submission had not been endorsed by this community of practice. Our regulator, if a program comes and has not been endorsed by communities of practice, they don't actually proceed to accredit it. Previously, they were accrediting, and upon graduation, graduates would not actually be employed in that particular sector. So that is a major challenge that we are facing. I think you all heard that there will be an airport belonging to UNISA. So that means UNISA must work extremely hard because the expectation in terms of accreditation will be extremely higher than in other pilot schools that have been in existence. I still remember somebody saying, if the captain says, "Welcome aboard," where did you train? He asked him, "Where did you train as a pilot?" And you say, "I trained at UNISA." Right there at the airport, there will be a school. So let's guard and ensure that the programs that are going to come from that school will be accredited. Civil aviation will inspect the airport and the authorities that regulate aviation and other things to ensure that the students are training at an environment that is conducive to produce quality pilots. Then the other challenge, previous speakers have spoken about it, is the issue of digital divide. Limited access to gadgets, devices, and internet. This occurs mainly in a number of underserved communities or geographically remote locations. Some ODL participants get left behind, and as a result, sustainable meant for leaving no one behind. That's compromised. The positive thing that has happened, for instance, in Botswana about this digital divide and limited access as far as correctional services is concerned. The good news is our students who are inmates can now participate in online activities. And the government has actually put infrastructure in some provinces, in some prisons where we have inmates. That is one positive thing. I mean, despite it's always a contested decision, people are afraid of getting portable hospital even in Botswana. That is the challenge, but it's now on. We recently got about 97 students from the correctional services. The challenge, you know, this one, it's a challenge, it's an opportunity. If the unethical use of AI to generate academic work, such as dissertations and theses and minor research, staff, faculty, and students are not trained in AI. And they still need to be familiar with the responsible use of AI. Hence, some students actually brag that they have passed the module very well due to AI. When somebody says, no, AI wrote all the assignments for me, I'm graduating in my program. So, in other words, that calls for a major paradigm shift in our assessment. In other words, we need to use more authentic assessment to counter this challenge and promote quality outcomes. Because if students are going to brag that they've passed their degrees because AI did all the assignments, so what are they graduating from when they've not applied themselves during the course of the program? Related to this is also the issue of cheating by students during examination or formative assessments. Most open universities in underdeveloped countries, at times like us now, we can't afford procurement, the procuring of factoring some devices. And other challenges, colleagues, include changing the management of the process of the challenging of the management of the process of proctoring on issues of privacy violations. So, whilst AI brings along lots of benefits, we still need to deal with it, to ensure that both students and lecturers or academics are trained on the responsible use of AI. The issue in terms of opportunities, I mean, it has already been said that lifelong learning and professional development is one of the opportunities of Dell. More people can advance their academic qualifications without leaving their employment and family. That is one big plus in terms of the opportunities that are presented by Odell these days. It can also reach a far much larger audience within a country where people can actually study at their homes, at their work, and continue to balance work, learning, and family. That is very important. That is an opportunity that we need to exploit. Like my colleague indicated, work, learn, earn, and take care of your family. I mean, people live busy lives, working adults and out of school age groups manage life much better than those who are not studying at a distance. Another key possibility that is brought by Odell is the issue of collaborating across borders, across continents, and so forth, in what we call online international learning. Students and faculty in different cultures, sites, locations can connect remotely, discuss, and complete projects or part of their coursework. We have seen this happening, for instance, at the Botswana Open University, where we are running a project on writing centers for students in the 5 different campuses, supported by Michigan State University. As I speak today, about over 10 faculty members have completed their programs, including PhDs, because of this collaboration that they are doing with Michigan State University. So most of our campuses are located in underserved communities. And with colleagues from Michigan, with our staff, we're able to actually do the writing center activities for competing students and new students. You know, English is basically a second language to most of our students. And you can imagine others will basically say, no, I don't know what to do. That was Kwasagai. These 2 ladies, they are American, and when they speak American English, someone opposite Kimberly O'Callaghan, there's a challenge because they are not used to that accent. So you can imagine when somebody trying to teach academic writing, and those colleagues, actually English is almost their fourth or fifth language. Because the first is either Sisara, that is Bushman language, followed by Kalahadi, and so forth. Setswana, English. So it's a chain of issues related to language. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I can go down. Yeah, it was perfect. Yeah.
Oh, when what's that? That's another sort of.
Oh, that is yours. Who came in your hala? I thought Lena said, "No, hala."
Yeah.
And can I now call upon Prof. Markwe? If you're okay, we share the stage. Prof. Markwe is going to coordinate the reflections, and we'll chip in, Dr. Gacha, Sileso, if there's a need to support Prof. Markwe on teething questions all year. We are here. So the stage is yours.
They have
the stage is yours.
Good morning again, colleagues. I think it's afternoon. Good afternoon again, colleagues. Mine is an easy task. We've listened to everybody, and I was tasked with just putting things together. So I had to listen to everyone speaking. I couldn't even do other things that I usually do in conferences. And I know many of you are doing that. So thank you very much, colleagues. The first question that came to mind in this conference was a Codel Plus identity. And the first thing that I wanted to find out was, what is an identity and what are the speakers saying about the identity of Codel? Maybe the definition of identity, sometimes we think that we know what an identity is when we see one. However, the identity of an institution, it evolves based on the historical factors that are taking place. And it's also influenced by external factors, by the cultural background that the institution was built on, and that explains the role, and as we construct and reconstruct the identity of the university. Given that, I will start with where this university comes from. I usually call that the weight of the past, because the weight of the past lives with us. We carry it along until we are here. This university, we all know that it started in 1873, when colonialism was very strong in the continent, and the purpose of it was to become an examining body of the University of London. So all these colonial administrators were taking courses. They were not black. They were all colonial, taking courses in London, and then it was used as an examining body. So that's where it comes from. And then in 1916, it became a federal university. Federal University is a university with many campuses all over the place. And those campuses later turned out to be universities. And then from that, in 2018, it came to Pretoria because it started out as the University of Cape of Good Hope. And when it started the federal universities as an umbrella institution of those federal universities, many of them, University of Pretoria was born, University of Cape Town was born, all those. I always call UNISA a mother of all the universities in South Africa. It's a mother of all universities. And in 1946, it was the first university to offer qualifications in distance. The first university in the world. And all the distance education institutions that you know of in the world all came here to benchmark, they still do, to benchmark, to find out how it's done. I call it a midwife of all distance education universities in this world. So the identity of distance education comes from us. We are the custodian of the identity of university, because if the midwife is there to give birth to all these children that we have, they pass on something to those people. So I just wanted us to sort of reflect on what is happening and why we are hosting the Codel Plus identity today. So this university became that as a correspondence university, distance university for a while. And in 2004, when all universities in South Africa, many of the universities in South Africa were merging, there was that process of merging. We merged with Technikon South Africa and also Vista Open and the Vista Distance Education part of it. I'm telling this story because we have a tendency of forgetting who we are, forgetting where we come from, and we move on as if things started yesterday when we were born. Things have been there, and they've been around. There have been discussions of this nature before all of us came around. So in 2004, that's when the word openness came into the picture. The word openness came because the world, as it moves, it was becoming more and more open in terms of the type of education system that it is. Then lately we are a comprehensive, but we were comprehensive back then, just that now we have centered it. Remember when we merged with a technical. Comprehensive is the technical came in, university, which was academic, UNISA came in, and when you put those together, those two elements made it a comprehensive university. So that's where the identity starts. Now, when we look at open learning is an educational philosophy, emphasizing flexibility, accessibility, inclusivity, democratization of education, and it's student-centered. It recognizes diverse approaches to learning, and this is what all the speakers were talking about, that we are positioned in that space to ensure that the education system is scalable. It reaches people wherever they are. And it also promotes equitable access to education system. When other universities are closing doors on your faces, this one opens doors to those people. And we know that people in prison were studied through this process. I travel a lot in the continent I am an academic advocate, and I've been doing this business for 25 years, advocating for distance education and distance learning and open education resources. You name it, anything that is open, I have advocated for it. And the question that I get over and over and over again, including last week I was in Kenya, where we were launching the new Association of East Africa of Open Distance Learning. And I've been in Kenya several times in different universities talking about we cannot continue doing things the way we have been doing them. But COVID, thanks to COVID, came. And when it came, it changed people's perceptions about open education. All of a sudden, everybody wants to do it. And in May, I was also in Nigeria, where they were also having their first open education, distance education association. So there are lots of associations of distance education springing up. And for years, we've been a lone voice. And people will say, but what about quality? I said, we produced your leaders. We produced our leaders. We produced business people. So what are you talking about when you say there is no quality in distance education? And this was brought, I think, to mind as Dr. Gacha was talking about this push about the quality of distance education. And we all know that we are involved here, that what it entails and what are the things that needs to be done. And given that background, we need to understand who we are in terms of also, we are a comprehensive university that offers a broad spectrum of academic and vocational program. So whatever that we do as a philosophy, it must address the comprehensive nature of our system. And now with digitalization, things have actually become student-centered in the real sense of the word. When you teach in distance education and open distance learning, you teach an individual student, whether they are sitting in Sentin or they are sitting under a tree or anywhere else. You are teaching an individual student. And when you develop your study material, they must be developed in such a way that any person can see themselves in that study material. It's a really big task. And many of us tend to think that because we come from an education system where a teacher stands in front of people like I do now and teach, then that means quality. And I always say, but you cannot even say that is quality because you don't even know how old those notes that they are teaching from are. Because in that classroom, nobody who specializes in the field walks in. But in our space, people can walk in by the press of the button and check whether we are teaching what is right or not right. And besides that, it teaches us certain things, certain skills, resilient skills. If you have to do anything learning on your own, you learn to be resilient. And those qualities are the qualities that are needed in the world around us. Flexibility are also the qualities that are needed around us. Now, Professor Scott, they really pressed on student support, which has been a challenge. If something has been a challenge, that's what it is, because we need to support our students, and we need to know who our students are in order for us to support them. Now, when you say who our students are, you are talking about anybody and everybody. And how do you support anybody and everybody who is, you are supporting a 17-year-old or an 18-year-old from high school to an 8-year-old who's just doing this for fun. And the support has to be different. This one is a job. That one is for fun. And all in between. And you are also having to develop material for a mother who's busy looking after the children and making noise during the day, and also the other one who is a corporate manager in a company. So it is really a big task for us. However, even that may be, we still continue to produce. So I know that when we deal, and you know the irony of it, CHE that brought this question to the fore They will not ask the same question to University of Pretoria, for an example. What is your identity? They seem to have figured out what the identity is. Now, there's good news and that are coming through. Even traditional universities are very confused. They're in a confused state because there's technology that pushes them to change. And even their identity is no longer what everybody knows that they are. They have changed their identities, no longer about a student standing there. In other countries, in England and other countries, students are no longer want to go into classroom. Even those that are in contact universities, they refuse. They just say, well, it's a waste of time, and maybe they will come to class twice or 3 times in the whole semester. So that has changed as well. So when we talk about identity, we need really to talk about identity in a broader sense. What is it that has changed the educational system? What is it that is pushing this change? We cannot teach things the same way. You can't teach in an online learning the same way that you would teach in a correspondence, the same way that you would teach in a classroom. So all those factors are contributing to what we need to do. As Mark Nichols, who looked at the whole measurement of the term ODL, and we get married to terms, by the way. We don't look at the principles that guides those terms. So once you remove, and that's why I started at the beginning, because once you remove the principles and you just look at the term and say, well, UNISA, you claim to be open, but you're not flexible. You claim to do this, but you are not. But you don't contextualize, which is what Professor Scott said. We need to have a contextual, specific definition, our own definition of who we want to be. And that's your identity. There's nothing wrong of being unique and different from other people. You don't have to be like any other person. You have to do what you do and do it well and do it the best way you can. And he said, Mark Nichols says, open should be reclaimed as an ongoing vision for education that is increasingly changing, that is increasingly flexible, that is available, that is inclusive to anyone to participate, that is scalable, because that's the core of distance education. It's about scalability. That should be sustainable as well. So when we have brought all this together with what Professor Scott was saying about the demand for lifelong and to reskilling, we didn't know that. And that in that area, we will lead in terms of lifelong learning because we know the skills. We know how to teach people who are not around us. And that is, if it's an opportunity, that's the best opportunity we can actually work with. And now it's about time that we work with our regulators for them to accredit those courses short learning courses that they refuse to accredit because they were not done in a classroom and whatever. So it's our business to educate people about this. The other issue is that the higher education sector must be agile and resilient if it has to shape what is happening in the world. There are so many forces of change. There's global impact on the changes, on the forces of change. Africa in the near future is going to have the highest number of young people. When other countries are struggling, I went to a conference in Germany, and they were talking about the generation of people who are the aging community of academics, and they don't know where to get the next batch from. Other countries are faced with that, and we are faced with younger population. And if we don't sit and come up with strategies that will enable us to propel or catapult this continent to the world class, our kids will be used as slaves to other places that are more developed than we are. It's a scary thought. It's a scary thought. So we need really to come up with ways and not follow the colonial way of doing things, of having a 3-year degree, a 5-year degree, all these degrees that are not that don't do anything to our development and the economic growth of the country. So we need to step up and do the work that needs to be done and do our own research. And even if we have those AI that are AI powered, how many of us are actually investing our data into that? People come in, take our data, and it becomes AI. But we are not, as the community of intellectuals, sitting here and putting together the data. In the conference that I went to last week, one lady from Europe was talking about the amount of data that gets out of the African continent, especially the health data that gets out, because all of our gadgets are linked to somebody in the US or somewhere else. And then, because they're linked there, that's why when the Ministry of Health was asked how many people are South Africans, how many are not, says, no, I don't know. Because that data is not, they take raw data. And there is a way of keeping that. You still need to be global, but what you do is you protect your raw data. You can give them what you want to give them. Analyze it, give them things that are general enough, rather than our data. Now we are all on mobile phones and all on these things. Colleagues, we need to start doing things differently if we are to catapult Africa to greater heights. Thank you.
Well, the lunch has been prepared. I want to just whet your appetites, but I'll hold on to that. So this is the moment. If I want to open the space for a conversation. But before that, I wanted to say to Dr. Kacha, Professor Alan Tate did a study on the very narratives about perceptions of quality of qualifications in open distance learning. And his conclusion of the report was that we need to be mindful of the competition and the narratives. Yeah, there's a closure. Most contact institutions are worried about the ODL. So the narrative is basically to project ODL institutions as foreign poor quality. But if you drill into that data and you try to analyze it, the substance in that is nowhere to be found. So all of the same, I think we are missing the space as ODL. We are not defending our TEF. We are not going out to say, this is what you offer, and we believe in our quality. Questions, comments, even convolutions and hyperventilations are allowed. You know, when Professor Longo and I organized this, we were organizing a symposium. So if you sit there after people have spoken, you don't talk, I'm going to call NPA, we're all going to be charged with complicity in silence. I saw a hand that side, yes, sir, and the hand that side, this side, and the hand this side, so, and the hand there. Let's take 4. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, I didn't see it was you. I'm supposed to ask you, right? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
I am passionate about the issue of quality, specifically for distance education, because it's always flouted in unsophisticated fashion in which it is brought into the table, and which is something that I just want to talk about a little bit. One of them is the fact that there are regulators which are responsible for accrediting programs and for assuring quality within education. And those are the only human beings alive on earth that can pronounce on the quality of your qualification and on the accreditation status of that particular qualification. The social media perceptions and things that people say about the quality of a qualification is their own perception and their own truth at that particular moment. But we need to really guard against this notion of thinking that a mode of delivery changes quality. If I watched a match, Arsenal and what was playing yesterday, Liverpool on TV and being in the stadium, I might even have a better advantage of being on TV because I see some roads and the rest of the thing. But what I'm trying to say, it is just a mode of delivery. But what we do is quite important. And we have these challenges, Chair, with personalities. Personalities, if I own a family and I say, I'm not going to appoint any black people, does not mean that black people are not competent, just that I don't want them. Do you understand? Therefore, that's the terrain that we need to be negotiating. But governments should be firm. Here, it should be an open terrain where everybody can actually be governed by rules and regulations that all of us should play according. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think, of course. Prof. Walende, and I'll bring you guys at the back there. I was in a forum, in economics forum in Lagos, and the former General Obasanjo was in there, and he spoke very passionately. He did a PhD from being a military person. He did a PhD with the National Open University. And when he told the story of his defense of the PhD, and then he asked, was that defense different from any other defense? He faced a panel of 8 experts across the world who agreed with him. He defended his PhD. That's quality. That's where his scholarship stood the test of rigor. There was a hand at the back there.
Oh, yeah.
Merhaba.
I'm lunatic from Port Elizabeth.
So,
yes. Many tools to comments. One comment is one I had made to my colleague that I think being here gives one excitement, because when you see post-94, there seems to be a trend when things are going down instead of going up. I'm talking in terms of ethics, in terms of how we maintain and sustain them. So to see UNISA intact, in fact getting better, is rather really impressive. And I want to applaud the leadership that is leading the institution for that. Thank you very much. But the second one is my concern. I am from a disability fraternity of UNISA. And the chairperson of the region and the regional persons for UNISA in Eastern Cape, thanks to them that they went out of their way to make sure they get someone with a disability as part of their delegation, which I don't see in other regions, including the national structure of the SRC. And that's a concern to me. Thank you very much.
There was a question, a hand aside, and then there's a lady in the middle. We'll take them in that order. Thanks. Yeah, give her the mic out. There's she's next to you there. Yeah. Oh, hello. No. You're coming in. Don't rush.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Opagalani, not related to Silo Kalani. Yeah, but we just happen to share the same name.
That's name dropping.
Chair, two things, Program Director, that I want to comment on. I think one is based on the presentation that was made by Professor Kacha around the issue of quality, where he made reference of comparing 2 institutions in the South African context to say, let's say, for example, you have a student, you say that I'm going to take you to VETS, and the other one, you say I'm going to take you to UNISA. Then there is a serious interest between the two to say maybe perhaps the perception that the general public is having is that those ODER institutions are not offering the same quality of education that contact universities are offering, which is something that needs to be, erased in the minds of the general public. In fact, I think Prof, the latter speaker, has also mentioned that in the UK, if not Europe, You've got interest, you've got students who do not have any interest to go into class on day to day. But they say we have the online platforms that are there that are made available. So why should I go there and listen to a pastor who preaches and then after he goes, as opposed to be me sitting down and read my own material and go and write my exams. So, but I think what seems to be appropriate in the South African context in terms of the ODEL vis-a-vis the contact university check, which I think it needs a collaboration between government as well as all role players within the higher education space, is that we must start to standardize these programs or qualifications that we're doing, in the sense that you will find that the BCom accounting in VETS and UCT and that one of UNISA are not the same. One, in terms of the fees, for example, the UJ one will say is 56,000, at UNISA is 20,000. But the output is the same. Now, how then do we begin to standardize so that we then take out that mentality that says the one that comes with a higher price, it means that is the real one, as opposed to be the one that comes with a very average price. So I wanted to comment on that to say maybe something that, as in when we go having this kind of discussions, let's look at that issue and then take it from there. The last one, Chair, Program Director, is only around the issue of AI, which I think the Vice Chancellor in her opening remarks, she did mention that it's something that the university we have been saying AI. But I'm sitting here, I haven't heard or seen a pronunciation by the university that says what is the university stance in terms of our AI. Not just AI also, but humanized AI. And what is the stand? Then how do we then enhance these AI platforms that are available to make sure that we promote the teaching and learning and research in that particular space, not just to copy and paste and then submit. And lately, these AIs are so smart because you can use an AI and on the other side at the back end, the person who's doing or who's marking your work are able to detect that this is the work of the AI. So we need to have that particular conversation to say what is the position of the university around the issue of AI check, and then what is it that the university needs to put in place so that we then try to protect ourselves around this, AI work from these platforms are just be taken and presented as if it's the work of our students. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I think the issue of perceptions of institutions will always be there. It will always be there. I did a massive study at the Human Sciences Research Council on student retention and graduate destinations. One of the things that came out of that, very painful, was the labor market, the racism within the labor market space. That classifies graduate depending on where they come from. Give you an example. Students who got degrees from historically black institutions, Forte, Zululand, whatever, it took them a year or so to be absorbed in the labor market with the same qualifications that their counterparts from historically white institutions had. Now, students with degrees from, and I remember them, it's in the data, from VES, from UCT, from UKZN, it took them normally a month or two, they will be in the labor market. Now, we can blame the historical white institutions, but we need to look into what are we doing as universities in terms of placements, in terms of collaboration. Now, there's something called also the social and human capital. So those institutions are rich in terms of that, and kids going into there are already privileged. So we need to break those barriers. We need to really do so. One of the things that is bad with us is our alumnus. Some universities are very aggressive as far as finding out where the alumnus are and learning from the experience of the alumni. Jamie, I still receive alumnus messages from the University of London. I was there in 1995. I still receive messages now. They want to know what I'm doing. I still receive messages from VES. I was there in 1986. They still follow me. They keep the database. So we need to refine those. Sir, are you with me? No, he's chatting now.
Thank you, Prof.
I'm Dr. Stella. I'm from Nigeria.
Yes.
So I would like to talk about first about the perception about order. I have a first-hand experience, though I didn't attend a golden center. So the perception is negative, really. And so people want to hold on to the fact that they are on such doing. And so sometimes, even in the labor market, we are stigmatized because when those who went direct to university are taken, those that went for university might not be taken, especially if they have a very word. So I want to suggest in such cases that stakeholders who we absorb those who we are training to train and updated in their knowledge, because you tell the society about what it's about. It's not to work much because I'm not the ones sitting at the table to make a decision and to accept, to employ. It determines mistakes. And such people who have such programs. And so some have been cut off their trains because of such. So I would say that such awareness and campaigning should be taken to industries, the policymakers, the government should be taken to the table, let them understand what the concept of order is about and what is doing for the country, for the economy, for the knowledge economy. Another thing I want to talk about is the professional development of academics. Yes, the world is evolving very rapidly. And so we have to get the knowledge of workforce and the instructors handle the students we have, and they to say what's happening in the technology world, and they are taking the knowledge in part to attend to interests of the students we have, find the Mr. Pastor says, humanized to feel, where we have the human face to really do. That is what determines what happens to the human. From Soweto to Nigeria, to what state they offer. It's not about the dream of what instructions, what determines what is the dream. This is in the village for the disadvantaged communities. But let's put the knowledge. The fact educators, researchers, what we start from, what they are celebrate, our expected to do, so that we can enter the standard, shape and leaders to come here to this table to sit down and discuss. Yes, sir. So how are they going? We need forward. Yes, we need forward. The studies might be mitigated. The studies will be accessible to the students and to those who are struggling to put their heads together, put their families together. It must be according to the JETS standard and then we need firm so that some can be obeyed. The factor collaboration. Yes, I heard stories about Botswana, about countries. But how, yes, I'm happy. Said she was in Nigeria. Having a thought, I got there. And he introduced to them, and then I was project from the office there. To Nigeria's wife, we did not do it. So they're not there. When we have a collaboration from Ghana, from Egypt, from other places to share it together, to see what happens together, I appreciate it for them. That's Africa's development. And I think I want to say about this, the Africanization of the yes, we to the Africans, they are language is our identity. I work on language and I've written and I'm still writing on language. Africa, how do we contextualize AI in Africa? Every sector, agriculture, education, what we do. We need to collaborate with other researchers and I learn from there. But also, collaborate with we have. And knowledge we can share our root, our continent, our memory, I mean, father, I want to give to our children to be part of it. Thank you so much for
Okay. And I think the Lord is raising the most important things. We are breaking for lunch prosumers. We took 4 rounds and that's it, is lunch now. You want to say something, agent? Hey, you know, TV Mbala, sometimes it just takes advantage. Can you give birth to us? Like, the chef is already motioning me that the food is good.
To the issue of
artificial intelligence policy. Colleagues, last year, 1st of August 2024, Department of Communication in South Africa issued guidance, AI framework, and since then, as UNISA, we embarked to develop this policy. We have developed policy, submitted it to MENCOM, and MENCOM returned it back and say they need further consultation. It's artificial intelligence policy, including the guidelines, because we were saying we need to have guidelines for academics and also for students. So MENCOM have returned it back. We are working on it, and very soon, possible we'll pass it. So I just wanted to let people to say we have done something around it.
And I wanted to add to that, in case you are not aware, there is an African Union policy document on AI. There is the European, there UNESCO, which I work for, has generated most and most of documents on AI. So the processes are there. I think the question is, we can have documents, we can have policies. What purpose do they have as far as the operationalization is concerned? Kitchen, are we ready? No? So let's break for lunch. Oh, there's a hand there. You are the last. I will now. Okay.
Chair, it is not ready.
It's okay. It's okay. You'll get a chance. I'm a general's chair.
Yes.
Sir?
My name is Kanish. I'm working as a professor in artificial intelligence and data science in Germany. I have a project in UNISA, that's why I will stay here. It is not a question, actually. My previous speaker mentioned a nice word. Somehow we are connected to something. Okay. So that is called as, there is new technology which is called as semantic web. Okay. So a lot of universities, they are offering their digital online courses and everything. So why don't you bring health courses into one platform with the semantic web technology? So that is my concern. We are doing with UNISA here in Florida campus, Department of Data Science and Technology. So the thing is, so some university develop some online courses. So another university developed some online courses. So bring everything in one platform. So the student can join. Once they are joined, they can communicate with each other. So we can also solve with the AI this authentication and authorizations problems and develop, or my next person mentioned, bring all African continent data science online courses into one platform and give access whatever student want to learn. Yeah, UNISA student want to access maybe Nigerian course. You may have interest to the way the professor is teaching. So you can access that. Ma'am, thank you very much. I mentioned whatever you said. We connected to something which is called as www, World Wide Web. So use this semantic technology in distance education. There's a lot of really change. So we implemented this in Germany from our university, German University of Digital Science, where we are providing online platform. So just I would like to share this with you. Thank you very much.
Last one, and then we wrap it up. I know we speak. If I don't put a full stop, we'll go on and on and on and on and on. So, and ask a person, don't give a speech.
Yes, yeah. I think I must be political.
Go ahead. I can see the way.
Go ahead. For the opportunity, my name is Usman. I'm from the region. Then I stand for the regions. Chairperson, I'm concerned. We are busy talking about e-learning, but we don't talk about who is our student. We still stick on the past that our students, that those that are going to do whatever that they do where they are, and then forgetting that now we are using the new system. We're not giving them enough what they're supposed to have.
Mm-hmm.
Chairperson, opportunity to be with a leader that he knew how to get those students where they are. I've been in the mobile unit. Those that they know the mobile unit will be over the country, assisting those students at a time. We went to Botswana and offered assistance today because this kind of leadership that we had before. But I think now we were forgetting that where is our student. Talking about the student that is at Morocco in the chairperson. That doesn't have money to get a text, come to submit assignment where UNISA is. Talking about the student that is in Josin, to get the text to go to Richards Bay to submit the assignment. We're not rushing to them. So we reach the student that they have accommodation inside chair. It's wrong. We're talking about the quality function review, but we're reviewing here in Pretoria. Why we don't take this function to, we're supposed to give the message to those students. I'm worried, teacher, that we are moving in such a way that we are smart more than others, and then we are not. We are leaving others. Okay. So I think we've been talking about this in the region, but we don't see any action. So, Prof. Ladendle, please, we're repeating again. I don't want to be political. The students that are here, president, you are here, we in support of what must be done at UNISA. So, we preoccupied with labor issue. We can't deal with the student in every time. So, the student representative, we need your support. Those students, and then we're going to support you, saying to where I'm standing, let's go to reach those students. Let's give the qualification to those students. Last chairperson. Chairperson, well, academics in Pretoria only. In the region, we don't have academics. If someone, a lecturer, said, no, I want to work from as a lecturer, the college said, no, your office is here. Prof, it's wrong. It's wrong. We need those lecturers there. We need those academics there. Go to the student that we have to save is there. We can't every time we send a student and say, no, go to Pretoria to submit your research. We can't. To meet your supervisor, go to Pretoria. We can't. We can't. We need those academics there. We need the colleges there. In the region, we have a student advisor. There are student advisors. But when you go to side, we have student advisor for college of law, we have a student advisor for college of education, we have a student advisor. And when you go to the region, you don't have those student advisors. You don't have student advisors. That is in colleges. What's possible is that? So the colleges, only one. Chair. Yeah. Chair. Hey, let's go back to the roots. Let's go back to the roots.
And give that man a bells. And I'm glad you raised these issues. I'm not going to call Prof. Chigaza, he heard you. The guru of teaching in learning is sitting here. So you're talking to Prof. Lalende, the proprietors here. I'm not asking him to respond. He heard you. So we'll take these matters up. On that note, item number 13, we're out of time. We can discuss afterwards. We'll have a conversation. Oh, is it quick? Yes, quick. Question, ask. What?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mr. Pedro. I'm from Sunnyside, Gauteng region. In addition to my colleague, we still have students who are traveling across the country to do practicals in Florida Science Campus, and it seems nothing is mentioned about them, and they are being disadvantaged yet. We say want to support maths and science from University of South Africa. We've got a lot of universities across country having, instead of a student traveling from Western Cape to Florida, rather than go to the nearest university. Thank you.
I think this is. Yeah, I think this is an important matter. We were supposed to have what I call learning centers, whatever. We need to look into ways in which the functionality of such centers can be can be attained. So I hear you all. I'm not going to say you are wrong. I understand you. Hey, I come from that background, so I know. I'm from a rural area. I understand. So on that note, and hold it. Shh. I said that was the last question. All right, can we just ignore him? He's my son. He does this all the time to embarrass me. Can we please afford our dignitaries' tables to move first and get served so that we don't clutter? So Prof. Pasha and the team and professors, can you please march over? And then can you all move in? And then we can have that. Yeah, thank you.
The laptops can be left to a cut.
Yeah, and don't worry about your laptops. The place is under security. We don't steal laptops, we provide them. Thank you. We are ready now to begin the second part of the session today. And I'll call you by name and tell you to behave. Colleagues, I'll call you by name and tell you to behave. Don't make me do that. That will be very embarrassing. I know you all. Yeah, when I grew up, my grandmother always chased us and she would say, if you run away, she would say, because we would just stop and get called. So I know who you are, I know your names. We're about to start the second part of the session. And I hope you had good lunch. I hope you had good dessert. You had good drinks. You had good rest. We're going to call Dr. Devon Govender, who, how do I call it? who generously agreed to step in when the executive director in the Director of Teaching and Learning had an engagement. Dr. Govender is going to speak to us about understanding Codel Plus with special reference to curriculum and student support. Can we please give Dr. Govender a round of applause and welcome? Thank you. You don't need this. You don't need this.
Yeah, this is for those that are challenged items. Go ahead.
Yeah. Isn't it this one?
Program Director, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. Distinguished to the extent we don't differentiate between UNISA distinguished guests and external distinguished guests. So all of you, I greet you in the name of peace, just in case things got a bit complicated. I also greet you in the name of prosperity, good health, and I wish you the very best. Colleagues, I stand here this afternoon to share with you some of the insights as the acting Vice Principal for Teaching, Learning, Community Engagement and Student Support indicated. We want to affirm what is it that we understand by Codel Plus. I'm not sure if the program director is with you, whoever comes after me and fails to mention the word plus, I think we have to invoke a 100 fine. We don't mind. So colleagues, I thought in 1 minute, I'm going to share with you the policy construct of UNISA in the name of comprehensive open distance e-learning plus. Sometimes we take it for granted. We mention the acronym Codel plus, and that oftentimes we do not, at some points in our understanding, the full grasp of the acronym. So in a minute, in 2002, the Department of Higher Education released, it wasn't a policy document, but it released a guideline on the different types of universities in South Africa. And it mentioned 3 types: traditional, universities of technology, and comprehensive universities. As seen on screen, UNISA, together with 8 or 9 other universities, are termed comprehensive. Now, in layman's speak, what is the distinguishing characteristics of a comprehensive university? I'm going to be very brief about it because of time constraints. The 2 key attributes of comprehensive universities are, number 1, the different types of qualifications comprehensive universities are mandated to offer, namely general qualifications, professional qualifications, and vocational qualifications. It's a mandate. A comprehensive university has to offer the 3 different types of qualifications. On screen, you will notice the UNISA Strategy 2030 indicates all program offerings in vocational qualifications should target at least 5 to 15%. That was the 2021-2025 strategy. In terms of professional, 25 to 35% of all program offerings should be geared towards professional qualifications. And lastly, 55 to 65% of all qualifications offered by UNISA should be of a general nature. Now let's talk scale. UNISA currently offers over 460 qualifications. How many active modules at UNISA in 2021? 3,700 some odd active modules. And I'll talk a bit more about that. Now, it looks like a spring, what you see on the screen, but it's simply saying the simple attribute of a comprehensive university is its program qualification mix. In layman's language, it simply means as a comprehensive university, you must offer qualifications across your HEQSF, meaning, or the NQF, if you like, from NQF level 5 to NQF level 10. Let me repeat, from NQF level 5 to NQF level 10. Now, let's not be confused about NQF level 5 qualifications. You'll remember at one stage, the Minister of Higher Education wasn't too happy about UNISA's enrollment. I think Dr. Mukuzangwe will bear me out. With the number of enrollments in higher certificates, for example. Now, there's a stereotypical thinking. There's a difference The minister did not berate us because of the number of higher certificates, but the enrollments in the higher certificate. So as a Department of Tuition Support and Facilitation of Learning, when we meet with colleges, we indicate as a comprehensive university, your PQM must demonstrate qualifications in a discipline across the NQF. I don't want to talk too much about this. Remember, we spoke about the C, comprehensive, in Codel. Let's briefly talk about open. I hope I'll still be around if I make this statement. UNISA is not as open as it should be. When you go to SRAS, they will indicate we can't help you. Openness has funding implications. DEAT will fund you for an academic calendar year. You can't allow a student to come and register any time in the year. Therefore, we have periods of registration. So that is something that we still have to mitigate. Now, I think the rest of it, e-learning and so on, I think all of us are able to conceptualize that. But let's talk briefly about the plus. And with the discussions during the course of the symposium, every second word in one's vocabulary was about artificial intelligence. And that is what the plus in Codel Plus articulates in terms of assimilation and in terms of approach. But the plus refers to artificial intelligence. Why artificial intelligence? We want to add artificial intelligence across all spheres of control and influence at UNISA. In no priority order, AI can be harnessed to improve on operational efficiency in systems, in processes, in procedures, even in understanding and implementation. We also talk about the plus insofar as generative AI. We also use the word plus, and I talk with some authority about Codel Plus. It's our department that coordinated the revision of the ODAL policy into the Codel Plus policy. The plus also has a reference to data-driven insights, data analytics, big data, not only for systems, not only for referrals, but also to improve teaching and learning, including assessment. Now, because of time, let me move on. Coming back, to the rationale and purpose of this presentation. Whenever we talk curriculum, design, development, when we engage with academics, formally, informally, we follow an agile project management approach. The directorate I come from, we have 28 instructional designers, 8 deputy directors for each of the colleges, including the Thabo Mbeki School and the School of Business Leadership. So, in our first meeting, these are some of the questions we pose to the academic, even before we start with the design and development of the curriculum. Why do you teach? It's a pity I don't have time. I can give you some findings. we ask the academic, why do you teach? It impacts, it influences, whether directly or indirectly, on the curricula that you design and develop in your discipline. Then I think we heard a lot about who do I teach? We heard about Jovini, students located there. We heard about students in Lusilitidi in the Eastern Cape. We hear about students in Amkumangi in the South Coast. So if you want to design a responsive curriculum, you need to know why do you teach and who do you teach. More importantly, and that's what is high up on the agenda at UNISA, what do I teach? Whose knowledge are you mediating in your course or in your module? And there we talk about epistemic justice. The simplified, the synonym for epistemic justice, of course, talks to knowledge. Whose knowledge are you mediating? And remember at UNISA, we don't say discard Western knowledges. Can any one of us sitting here reinvent Albert Einstein's theory and formulas? There are some similar works that come from Western epistemology. However, as a department, we conscientize academics. Remember, we are not discipline specialists. As a department, we consider ourselves pedagogical specialists. How to teach, how students learn when we design and develop the curriculum. How do I teach? At UNISA, we still have 23% of the modules that are offered in an hybrid mode, partly blended, supplemented by online. The 76% by the end of this year will be fully online. And we will share the slide with you just now to get an idea of scale. How do my students learn? Many of us will get alarmed if I say this. Students learn using artificial intelligence. Whether one likes it or not, they learn. However, as academicians, our task is to teach them, share with them insights on how to learn using AI. More recently, you have AI-generated responses to assessments, and then the student uses software to utilize the AI-generated software. Now, how do we teach them how to learn using AI? Now, after we get a gist of the philosophy of academics, we then have to conscientize them to the policy environment that exists at UNISA. The last time we checked, we had over 34 policies related to teaching and learning. In some cases, I know one academic told me some years ago when I was still an education consultant, he told me I'm policy constipated. Sorry to use that word. But in terms of size, scale, we need policies to regulate, standardize practices and implementation. And these are some of the policies as a department we assisted to coordinate. That speaks to curriculum, student support, and assessment. I don't have the luxury of time to go through each. So, ladies and gentlemen, our Bible, for lack of a better word, or the Quran in some cultures, or the Tirukkural in some cultures, is the FTA. It is passionately called that. Some hate it. It refers to the framework for a team approach to design curriculum at UNISA. That is the full title of that framework. It consists of 4 steps. In step 1, we have the purpose of the step, the activity that must be completed in the step, and the deliverable. What are the outputs? So in step 1, we talk about curriculum design, mainly designing qualifications, revising existing qualifications. Of course, you will know, especially for us in South Africa, SAQA as a particular shelf life of a qualification. 5 years. After 5 years, you have to apply for new SAQA ID. At UNISA, when you design a module, it also has a maximum shelf life of 5 years. After 5 years, you are mandated to review and revise your module in terms of its content. So I did promise earlier on, colleagues, in terms of online module design and development. In 2021, we submitted a roadmap. It was approved by Senate. The roadmap outlines how we're going to achieve all active modules to be offered fully online by 2030. So we aligned ourselves to the 2021-2025 strategy, and those are the stats you see on screen. When we devised this roadmap or conceptualized it, there were close to 3,600 some odd active modules. And then we said by 2025, we want at least 50% of that module cohort to be fully online. But you will notice in the last column, we surpassed that percentage of 50. By the end of this year, we will be close to 73% complete on all active modules being offered fully online. Let me talk very quickly about curriculum transformation. As an institution, we follow 2 parallel approaches to curriculum transformation. Firstly, we have a framework which consists of 10 standards, as you see on the screen. Those 10 standards, each one of them has a rubric. When you design and develop a module, the rubric is used to evaluate to what extent does your module speak to African indigenous knowledge? To what extent does the content approach in your module speak to Africanization? Please pardon me, the word Africanization is spelled incorrectly. It's supposed to be with a K, Africanization. You'll find it in the curriculum policy, you'll find it in the standards-based framework. UNISA adopted to spell Africanization with a K and not an S. So colleagues, because of time, I'm unable to go through all those standards, and in actual fact, I could have demonstrated to you the rubric that we have set ourselves for each of these standards. Now, coupled with those 10 standards, UNISA also has an institutional transformation index. All these are part of curriculum design and development. And as you notice in column 3, 4, 5, There are sub-themes in the Institutional Transformation Index that our department has to respond to, as you notice there. Now, you look at the 289 modules we're going to have completed by November this year. It gives you an idea of what we have infused and integrated in these modules. If you look at SEMS, the College of Economic and Management Sciences, we have 44 modules to complete by November this year. And we are pleased to share that in all of those modules, you'll have evidence of integration of decoloniality, AI, multilingualism. Let me be quick to add UNISA as a new language policy. I don't want to get into the complexity of the background, etc., just to indicate, since 3 years ago, we have begun to implement the new language policy. Now, as a directorate in the Department of Tuition Support, colleagues, we have went for low-hanging fruits in terms of multilingualism. Low-hanging fruits to the extent all modules are translated in multiple African languages. All modules that you see on the list will have a multilingual glossary. If one uses a mouse to mouse over a difficult, let's say complex English word, the student can choose in which language they want to see that word, whether it's in Ishivenda, whether it's isiZulu, etc., etc. Thirdly, all our welcome pages from 2026 on the module site will be in a minimum of 4 African languages. Right, my time is getting very close. I just want to indicate, with all that number of modules, etc., Professor Lalendle wants to know, how are we assuring quality and promoting quality? There are various initiatives, but in 10 seconds, each of the modules I showed you on the table below as part of curriculum design are critically read by an external critical reviewer. The college provides us with 2 names. As per blind review or selection, we choose any one of those 2 names. The individual, before I forget, the critical reviewer can't be over 70 years of age. Don't ask me why. No? So there are few requirements to appoint a critical reader. The critical reader can get remunerated up to a maximum of 10,000 rands. Of course, it's part of academic citizenship. That's how we see it. But I don't want to go to the others. We can share this presentation. I just want to very quickly indicate we have the Academic Development Open Virtual Hub led by Dr. Chetty. They support, now moving to the next part of the presentation in terms of student support. They host AI masterclasses, conscientizing, reskilling our students in terms of AI. They also have digital acceleration boot camps for our students. They also have pre-exam interventions, how to activate proctoring software, etc., etc. And they have a number of MOOCs that students can engage with in terms of various aspects of student support. Then we have the Directorate for Institutional Support Services in terms of tutorial services. Every module at UNISA that has more than 400 students qualify to appoint an e-tutor. If the module has less than 400 students, the academics assume the role often you tutor. All right. Colleagues, I think I'm just going to end with the student retention unit. There are a number of innovative things that we are doing there, including Dr. Jenny, the Sia Pumulela funds that UNISA has received, and you will notice some of the coaching and so on for students that we have already started. Thank you very much, colleagues.
The last lines. Thank you, Dr. Govender. I think this sets the stage better now for the second sessions. Without further ado, can I then call Professor Paya? I hope you have loaded here, or hi. Yeah. No, they were being it right there. Yeah, it should be here. You did give it to them. I did. Yeah. Oh. Oh, you're going to say IT? Use it as. Send it to you. To your email. When? And send it to your email. Oh, no. You got it. So, anyway, 5 minutes I'll show you. So each one. No, yeah, just come and sit here. We do surveys. Yeah. That's so relaxed. No,
Trying to connect your
it's easier than using it.
Yeah, it's easier to
So completely. Yeah, you know, you're given 20 minutes. Yeah. There's nothing. So that all right, Prof. Kapaya, he is the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Research and Consultancy for the Open University of Tanzania, and he's going to share with us the experiences in student support and learning, and he will try and give us you call it a continental perspective. Yeah, let's have a jab at the continental experience. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor, for the invitation. As he has introduced me, I'm Professor Saganga Kapaya. I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academics, Research and Consultancy from the Open University of Tanzania. It's a pleasure to be invited at UNISA. And as they've said before, UNISA is our grandmother. We have been learning from her for quite some time. Now it's 30 years. So when they say this, she's our grandmother, who is the mother? So if we are granddaughters, possibly we are daughters, I don't know. Although the gap is huge. Congratulations for your 150th anniversary, which you did, I think, last year. We did ours this year in 2025. We actually are now 30 years old in this business. We're still learning, we are still improving. So we are here to share experiences and also continue learning from this symposium. So I should just give a brief profile of the Open University of Tanzania before I continue with my presentation. This university was established in 1992 by an act of parliament. And then we started operation in 1993-94. And we essentially, when we started, we were focusing on in-service students, people from people who are employed actually, teachers, nurses, police, the army. But of course, over time, we also were able to capture politicians, big ones, etc. So those, the other colleagues, the other presenters saying that they had a negative experience for ODL during the earlier period when they were starting. We had the same, a lot of negativity, but we are continuing. I would say on the positive side, we're making progress. We have more acceptability. People are understanding us more. And we have now transitioned into not only service or working class, but also given the growing population in our country and in East Africa generally, we are now enrolling more people direct from school. And therefore, there is more acceptability of our services and our offering in the region. So, the largest institution in Tanzania and also in East and Central Africa, we offer certificates up to PhD. So, all kind of qualifications can be found at the Open University of Tanzania. Our current enrollment is about 100,000 students, with an active enrollment of about 60,000 students. And the way we operate, because mostly I'll be sharing experiences in terms of how student support is done and learning is done. It's a continental perspective, but then of course my greater focus will be in Tanzania. And that's why I'll be drawing most of my examples. Some of these other examples, of course, will be based on literature. So we have 33 regional centers. That's what we call them, like sort of campuses. Through these, we are able to serve students. So we have teachers posted in these centers, but our main headquarters is in Dar es Salaam. We have about 700 staff. Mostly academicians, of course, and supporting staff, IT staff, and administrative staffs. We have 5 faculties, Faculty of Arts and Social Science, Faculty of Business Management. We also have offering from Faculty of Education, and then the Faculty of Science, Technology and Environmental Studies, and then we have the Faculty of Law. So far, these are our faculties. Then, of course, we have 2 institutes, the Institute of Continuing Education. That one, of course, deals with people who do not have qualifications previously, because in terms of education, we still have people who do not have the formal kind of education that would allow them to proceed to higher degrees. So this is an institution that helps to prepare them or to bridge them into the higher level degrees. Of course, we also have the Institute of Education and Technology, which is very significant in terms of offering ICT support services, of course, to the university, but also to students. We have a presence in, like I said, in East and Central Africa, also in some other universities, some other areas, like in Ghana, through collaborations, of course, in Angola as well, and Ethiopia, through collaboration with the other local institutions in those countries. So we are able to reach more people and make our presence in the international arena more possible. So we also have services or support for students with disabilities. It's a small unit, but it's still growing. We also support services for students who are from restricted environments, like, for example, in prisons, We have those as well. So we are also trying to expand our service to these areas. So briefly, that's the profile of the Open University of Tanzania. Habari zenu. That's Swahili for how are you? Habari za mchana. Okay, so let me start with my quick presentation here. I'll be focusing on student support and learning in Africa Codel. So I'll be looking at experiences and challenges and some strategies that we can look together. Now I'll start by simply saying that comprehensive open and distance e-learning, Codel, expands education accesses, but also it helps to address rapid population growth and also the limited traditional institutions that we are used to. But also, in terms of significance, it helps to target underserved populations for purposes of equity and skill development, of course. Then there are challenges that ODL face, especially in countries that are still developing. The issues of digital infrastructures, gap, internet access issues that is still there. We also have limited device availability, especially for students. Then, of course, low level of familiarity among learners. And we still have to do some more advocacy about open and distance education to policymakers as well as to learners themselves, so that we have a much better public image in terms of our offering and the service that we are offering. Well, of course, we have limited device availability, of course, a lot of tech familiarity, that's what I've been saying. But with ODL, we aim for cost effectiveness, flexibility, as I'll be giving some few examples later. And general, of course, to support economic development through skilled professionals and make education more relevant to the needs of the 21st century learners. So the role of student support in ODL, first we would say it's essential due to the nature of the dispersed nature of learners and the diverse academic preparedness that is expected of these learners. But also, it's very critical in reducing dropouts and improve success in the learning process. So I'll be discussing on 4 issues. First is academic advising, experience in academic advising, technical support, that is also an important area. The psychosocial support that is needed by students. Then, of course, the administrative support. So we would say that the significance of student support in ODL is essential for persistency, engagement, and academic success, but also counters isolation inherent in diverse in distance learning, but also it includes academic advising, technical assistance, and counseling, which is very essential for a distant learner. The support that we are discussing, the student support, helped foster learning community, a sense of belongingness among remote learners. Psychological helps them align themselves with the learning process that is very essential for their success. Also, helps to address diverse needs, such as digital literacy, because most students, especially in developing countries, have less skills in ICT. Also, it addresses diverse needs in terms of socio-economic barriers, because of the affordability that could be achieved through these supports. Now, this whole idea aligns with the transactional distance theory, which essentially focuses, it talks about the fact that the distant the learner is from the tutor or the institution, the more he or she will need support in his learning journey. Therefore, it's from this perspective that we need to really analyze and understand the need or the gap in student support, but also try to understand the learning experiences so that we are able to address these learning gaps, support that are needed in our situation. Because without data, without information, without knowing the problem really, we cannot address them more appropriately. So we normally examine impact on engagement, retention, of course, the academic success rates as well. We identify strengths, challenges to inform policy and practice. Then, of course, we need to explore academic, technological, and psychosocial and administrative support roles that are needed to be played by these ODA institutions. So I'll just skip some of these because of time. So the relevance of these supports in higher education is embedded in the fact that it offers flexible pathways for diverse and remote students, but also supports working professionals and rural learners. But also it aligns with the 21st century economic demands, which are of course obviously changing. And then of course with AI mediation, as other speakers have noted, it customizes learning. We're able to customize learning and diversify the teaching role in the whole process. Then, of course, I've talked about the theoretical framework for the student support. The first one is the transactional business theory that we have hinted before, which discusses the gap between learner and instructors, and that the student support mechanism that we are discussing here would help to bridge that administrative, academic, and psychosocial and technological distance between learners and instructors, so that we improve success, we reduce dropout rates, but also encourage a sense of belongingness and success in learning. Also, in the process, we are making our education offering more relevant to the 21st century learner. Now, of course, there's this idea of self-regulated learning theory, where learners are equipped with strategies for autonomous learning process, which is what we would normally prefer to have students lead the process of learning and be the master of their learning process. And then now I'll go through the four types of support that I've been saying here: the academic support mechanism, and then we have the administrative support mechanism, and then you have the tech support mechanism, and then you have the psychosocial mechanism. So I'll start with the academic support mechanism that is needed, and then of course I'll be just hitting some few examples from a few institutions, especially the Open University of Tanzania. Now, of course, in terms of academic support mechanism, it helps to provide, we normally provide orientations when we're enrolling students. So the way that is done, of course, traditional universities would normally do the orientations, physical orientations, but we do both, physical and online. Those who are able to attend physically, yes, they attend, then we give them orientations on how ODA works. That's the first thing they should understand. And then our programs, what we are offering, our institution, what are their roles and what are the expectations in terms of OBL, mode of delivery. Then, of course, the tutoring itself, the counseling, and all these other the learning resources and where to get them. So that's very important, and that is done early on to help students really get attached to the institution and these instructors. That helps to reduce dropouts but also helps to facilitate their later learning during in the institution itself. Then, of course, the academic support mechanism bridges geographical temporal gaps in distance learning. So that's very essential. It fosters self-directed learning, helps students to have a sense of independence to own the learning process itself. But also it reduces isolation, hence it enhances motivation and retention. But also the presence of AI moderation, it delivers personalized feedbacks and dynamic content delivery, which are very essential in enriching the learning process and the learning experience. That is normally done through learning systems, learning management system like Moodle, and others, which helps students to really, be engaged in the whole learning process, where they're able to interact with their instructors, but also where they're able to get support from tech and IT personnel. And that's how that happens. Now, with this approach, we're able to scale up and support a large cohort of students in the growing demand in education. When it comes to technological support strategies, we normally equip students or learners with tools on digital literacy training. We, of course, have mandatory courses on ICT, which are basic, trying to prepare these learners to be able to interact online. And then, of course, the technical support strategies are there to address unreliable internet and connectivity issues, and also other technical issues that are needed on a regular basis to support students in their learning process. So we have a dedicated institute, that's an Institute of Education Management and Technology at the Open University of Tanzania. This one is especially geared towards supporting learners, supporting teachers in their ICT skill and digital literacy by offering training, but also by offering standby assistance in terms of, whenever there's a breakdown in communication, etc. Then with psychosocial support approach, in this one, we have counselors, or you would call them program coordinators. Also, all the staff in the university are normally trained in customer care courses, but also in student support services, the soft skills in these areas, so that they are prepared to deal psychologically with these learners in their new environment. So, counseling is an ongoing process to counsel students to manage stress, isolation, but also to encourage them to carry on with their study. So we build virtual communities via forums, peer networks. We also encourage these students and then motivate them, of course, for studies and the whole learning process. So that helps them to have a sense of belongingness, engagement, also help to address social cultural barriers that are inherent in the learning process among our learners. Then, of course, you have the administrative support system, which, of course, streamlines enrollment, course access, queries, and other issues that may be stemming from teachers themselves, mistreatment of students, if they are mistreated. So the administrative support system is there to ensure that there's a fair treatment of these students, but also a clear support without compromising quality, again, but ensuring that they get what they deserve in their learning process. So the administrative support system is geared to reduce bureaucratic barriers that are inherent in the non-traditional learning process. I remember when I was at the University of Dar es Salaam, you could hardly even get to the department. Okay, but this time we are changing, so we are trying to be more close to learning, trying to respond quickly to their needs as much as possible. So the whole idea is to enhance overall student experience. Obviously, there are key challenges: infrastructure, digital literacy gaps, limited internet connectivity. There are other challenges, of course, the high cost of technology, connectivity barriers, limited local relevant digital resources, because most of the digital resources that are there are mostly relevant to Western countries. So we have a challenge to try to develop locally relevant resources which could be used to our learners. And then there are issues, of course, of faculty capacity constraints, heavy teaching loads, etc. All these are issues that need to be addressed, and they are there among these institutions. How many minutes? I should go on. Okay. So, some strategies. We possibly, in order to address all these issues, we need to invest in robust digital infrastructure. We are thinking of investing in smart campuses, but also more investing in ICT, so that we're able to reach more people. But also, we will continue providing digital literacy training for students and faculty. That's very important. Last week we were in Kenya, Nairobi. We were discussing issues on collaboration because of limitations in our resources that we have as ODL institutions. We really need to collaborate, share resources, share data, share faculty members, etc. We could have exchange programs. That will help us reduce redundancies in those institutions that are better off, possibly, like UNISA, but other universities that are worse off could also as well benefit. But again, in the long run, the whole idea of Africanization and decolonizing the African continent would be facilitated. So I think I'm encouraging that idea from our end. Then I'm just winding up. Yes, we need to go through quickly. 1 minute, just 1 minute on a case that we did a small survey. We collected data and tried to look at how ODL is faring in terms of student support. And we asked several questions, one of which was in access and infrastructure. That is, where do you primarily access course materials? Most responses showed that they were getting their materials through their mobile phones. So you can see that most of people are getting their, they would like to get their material from mobile phones because those are more convenient, etc. and so on. So that's something we need to consider, how best we can customize our learning process through even phones. How reliable is your internet access? 25% would say yes. But that's not UNISA, by the way. That's the experience in East Africa, okay? East and Central Africa. So again, that's a proof that we have an issue with reliability of internet, which is a challenge. And therefore, we need really to invest in that area. In terms of academic support, in the range of 42% to 54%, most people indicated that they can easily contact an academic advisor. So you can imagine the social distance that is there. The academic advising I receive is responsive to my needs. That was 46%, majority. Tutor feedback on assignment is timely. That was about 38%. Tutor feedback is clear and helpful. That was about 41%. There are sufficient online tutorials or study guide. That was so you could see the trend in terms of academic support. We still have a way to go so that we meet most learners' needs. We also looked at the learning resources. Again, it's within the same range in terms of academic support services. So we asked them, academic support services are equally accessible to students in different African countries. About 48% would say, would agree and strongly agree. Academic advising consider regional and local context. That was about 42%. Digital literacy has the resource I need. Again, that's the relevance of our resources. That was about 37%, etc., and so on and so forth. So really, that's the challenge we have. As my last point, I would say that the biggest strength of student support or learning service is in ensuring flexibility, access to material, online learning, and communication affordability. So, for example, in our case, as OUT, we have established several other flexible offering, especially in terms of examinations. We do on-demand examinations. Students are allowed to request for examinations at their own pace. When you feel you are ready for an examination, we prepare you an examination. So that's one flexibility that is there. Then the biggest challenge in accessing support and service, we even have, of course, breaks, that's oral online examination. So we meet you online and then we give you an examination and then you come through. It's not easy because now you have a group of 2 or 3 people interviewing you, professors. That become much more harder. I think it would be much easier to stay with your paper and be marked by one instructor later when he's sober. So lastly, some suggested improvements. I'm just on the same slide. Better internet, offline access, timely feedback, and results, improved supervision. Of course, those are issues that need to be emphasized for these distance learners. Regional support hubs, but also financial support is also important. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. Come to side. Come to side. The CEO send you out.
Thank you, Professor Fire. And this is what it was. You know, when you bring your boys from another country, you want to respect this protocol. So I apologize. Shoot. Thank you. Round of applause. So, Prof. Madiwa, I'm going to have a difficult time telling you to stop. Yeah. Oh, okay. No, that's fine. Oh, the laptop. Yeah. Was it your laptop? Yes, it's fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Can we have the presentation? Okay. Yeah. Thanks. But you did send it. Yeah. It's a piece. Oh, fine.
I'm already here. Yeah. You couldn't even wait for your call.
Yeah, I did call it. Yes. No, sorry, that's right. All right, let's welcome Prof. Madiwa Madiba for the session. She's going to talk to us about centricity of student affairs for the success of students. I need to confess that when I send the invitations, Prof. Matiti was the first to say yes and yes and yes. So give a round of applause for that. Or do you need
Yes, I just want to.
We need a bridge. No. Here you go, look at that. You have to be up a little. So wait a second. I need to balance. There.
Tobela, good afternoon. Be warned, I grew up in a village and, you know, it was like plots. So we shout at each other. So if I am shouting at you, it's not that I am so much conscious about the graveyard session. It is just because I am a rural girl. I was taught from a very early age to raise my voice. I am so grateful to be part of this gathering. And indeed, I said yes, because UNISA holds a very special place in my heart as a higher education development practitioner. I am also a UNISA, is that how we call ourselves? Yes. I studied here many months ago, but those experiences I really cherish, and they keep on reminding me about what we can do. And when I was given the topic, I had to tweak it a little bit. And because of many other reasons, I would like to talk to you about student centricity as a catalytic niche for UNISA's Codel identity. Here are a few questions to explore. I'm not going to read all of them, but one of the things that I want us to do is to ask, by the way, what is student centricity? Because I don't want to take for granted that when we use these terms, we mean one and the same thing. I am an applied linguist by training, so I don't affiliate to the Shakespearean, argument of that which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. I don't believe that. I believe once you call this thing a rose, we expect beauty, we expect even good smell. So you cannot say any other thing would smell as sweet. So that's why I want us to talk about what we mean by student centricity. I also want us to reflect a little bit about, could a deep, authentic commitment to student centricity be the quantum leap that helps to redefine UNISA, and fundamentally so. I acknowledge where UNISA is over this almost 150 years. The long building blocks that have been put together, but also the latest developments that is leading this institution to higher heights. But I am convinced there are still some quantum leaps that can be taken. My only challenge is whether I'll have enough time. So I just want to take you on my own personal journey. Some years ago, in the mid-20th century, we talked about student-centeredness. And what we basically meant, if you looked at those who were bold enough to even write and publish around it, it was actually a celebration of constructivism and a kind of a revival into teaching in the classroom, where the lecturer or the teacher was reminded, hey, stop being the actor on stage, the sage on stage, be a guide on the side. Because in the classroom, there shouldn't just be teaching, there must be learning. So this is what student-centeredness is about. It's about making sure that the classroom is not just dominated by what the teacher does, but actually the learner takes their place and the learning takes place. But then student centricity is something else. It brings a different shift. Student centricity began gaining traction in higher education, say from 2000 into 2010, especially when institutions started rethinking their roles. You see, with student-centeredness, it was us rethinking the role of the teacher versus the role of the learner. But student centricity, I would want to argue, is about the institution thinking about their role, especially in the light of student success. So student centricity, I would like to argue, includes not just pedagogy. It's not just about how we teach and how learning takes place. It is actually the crux of it is the institutional design. How do we design at an institutional level to make sure that, amongst others, we talk about supports, we talk about student empowerment, as we talk about good teaching, as we talk about, Africanized curriculum that we also deliver very well. So it is about design at the institutional level. It's not just about the classroom, because student-centeredness was talking to the classroom, but student centricity speaks to the institution. So the focus is on the whole institution as they think about the whole student. And when I first signed up to move out of where I was in terms of curriculum development into student affairs, I was struck by how much, a lot of people, both students and staff, executive members across higher education, how there appeared to be a kind of a divorced understanding of student affairs and student success. And out of, reflection, but much agitation, I penned this chapter for a book where I argued that actually student success is the #1 affair in student affairs. Because my experience at that stage was that, people think in student affairs, we keep busy with leisure, with sport, if you're lucky, with politics. And actually, the definition of politics there is dirty politics, not even politics. And we keep busy about that. And we can play those games at the periphery of the academy, not at the center. But then we learned, if we are to talk about student success, you cannot do student success at the periphery. And if student success is the #1 affair in student affairs, then student affairs should be at the center of the academy. A number of you will remember this. I consider it a classic. This publication by the CHE, authored by Ian Scott and colleagues in 2007. This is a classic report in South Africa, because from then on, we were now more conscientized about what student success is. And we were told about the shocking state of higher education in South Africa, about the low success rates. We had just come out of an era where we're talking access, opening up the gates wide. But then this report did a proper analysis, and it was put in our faces that actually our success rates are very low and things had to change. We, through this work and many other efforts, we came to understand that actually we should pay attention to what I call the big rates. In any university, if your discussions in the various committees, from Senate to NANCOM executive, management meetings, if your big data around your rates do not feature, I want to challenge you that you might not be focusing on the real core business of the university. We need to not just talk about enrollment when it's beginning of the year, when we have students who are even fighting to get enrolled because we are now trying to close the gates. We need to, the big rates are a site for scholarship. We need to understand who enrolls, not just how many have enrolled. And if we do that, there's a lot that we are going to enjoy. We need to know who are these students who are coming into our universities. Are we receiving more women than before? What does it mean? Are we receiving more students who are applying for NSFAS? What does it mean? That is about institutional design. Are we now seeing more young people come? I remember when I studied here, I was already working, I used to be fascinated to see young full-time UNISA students who'd gather around the library and have longer lunch hours. And I kept on wondering, how is UNISA thinking that these young people who could not get places in contact universities, they are here, they're studying full-time. They are young and studying full-time. And yet, when we hear about the completion rates at UNISA, I wonder if, there is that diversified ways of thinking about completion at UNISA, or whether there's just this way of saying, but at UNISA we complete after many, many years because it's distance, because it is not contact. What are you saying about those young people who are fresh from high school, who are not employed, who are actually studying full-time? Do you also expect them to take 7 years to complete their degrees just because they are in Codel or ODM? I think, this is what the rates mean for me. And the rates need to be studied in a scholarly way, because it's big data that tell us what to do and how to do it in terms of the students that we have. For example, you need to understand the students that are here. And it's so easy now with technology to know, how many of these people who are registered at UNISA are trying to do career pivoting, which is now such a big thing. And how do you help them to do it successfully? Or are you aware that you have people who are studying because they are unemployed with the hope that, UNISA will help them to secure employment? Or how many of these students here are actually grappling with underemployment, where they have qualifications in some fields, but they are employed at a very low level in terms of salary, but also in terms of job satisfaction? And all these nuances can be understood because we have tools to work with data. Or do you have a sense about how many of your students out of those 370 of the presidents, 370,000, that the president referred to earlier, how many of these are actually struggling with misemployment? It's not a very popular term, but I think it will gain traction, because this is a scenario where you are employed, but you're not employed for the skills that you have, not even for the interest that you have. But you have to take this employment because you can't find anything else. And at times it is better to be there, but you do many other things. And UNISA offers hope for people who want to career pivot. But to understand these nuances, we'll take what I call student centricity, that institutional ways of designing how you work with this 370,000 people, because the tools are there. The Ian Scott work, this 2007 publication, CHE publication, one of the things that was put on the radar screen was how wasteful we are as South Africans about our talent. Talent as in the young people who graduate out of high school, and we accept them into our universities and we just waste their talent. Remember, there was a time when we were singing the song, "They are so unprepared." But we came to understand that it is also about universities being unprepared. And that is why we have to talk about student centricity, which talks to institutional design efforts to make sure that we don't waste the talent that we have. I want to argue any person who has worked their way through matric deserves higher education. And for sure, everything ticks the box that they can succeed. But the question is, do they? Because we've settled into this pyramid way of access, large numbers. But by the time we talk completion, it's like this. And I feel like as higher education, we run a pyramid scheme. Because in their numbers, they do pay tuition, especially in first year or so. But we don't mind to graduate just a few of them. And I think we really need to rethink how this pyramid scheme has to be undone. But then we have a more serious access and success paradox. The work of Michael Cross and his colleagues have helped us to take from where, if you remember, Moro, who was at UWC, he argued a lot around epistemological access. Cross and his colleagues are saying, okay, we see, that is about assisting students that when they come into the university, you provide them with support so that they can find their way, understand how the university works, how knowledge works, and find their way through success. But then Cross and colleagues argue that is just one part of it. Actually, there is another part of it. And they argue that this has to do with epistemic, not epistemological access, but epistemic access. And they say, if you think of it as epistemic access, you are actually talking about the institution. It's no longer just what the student has to do. And that is where I want to, if I had time, I would camp here and argue that we are losing, our focus if we do not realize that the big grades are so low. Just because of students. Of course, they have to exercise their agency. They have to be motivated and work hard and do what needs to be done. But a lot of what we see with the lower rates of success has to do with institutional design. And Michael Cross and his colleagues argue when access and success is conceptualized as epistemic access and success, it is not just the case for student success. We then talk about institutional success. Counting our status and stature in terms of research, we have all the tools to do it of late, and we enjoy our rankings. But I wonder what would happen if we were to be ranked about the big rates, about success rates of students. If that was really to help us understand our profile, where would we be? And I'm talking about a number of institutions. So the success of students, the rate at which they succeed, the rate at which they progress and complete their degrees and end up in gainful employment is not just about them, it is also about the institution. If they are failing, if those rates are low, then it means the institution is not performing. That's why I argue that the vision to improve the rates is really the heart of the work that we should be doing in higher education. So the vision to improve access and retention and progression and completion should be keeping us busy more than the many other things that we do. And we should conceptualize this work as what really matters. But what does it involve? In simple terms, it is about making sure that we remove barriers that stand in front of students for them to succeed. And this is where student affairs, student development comes in. It cannot be at the periphery of the academy if we are serious about the rates. And it is not about, doing students a favor. It is actually about making sure that the institution performs, that the institution transforms, and that it improves. Institutions that are following student centricity end up looking at themselves in a new way. And they then talk about holistic ecosystems designed around student success. Not pockets of excellence in a college there, in a faculty there, in a module there. It is about institutional, holistic ecosystems of supporting students. Because data is there everywhere in South Africa, overseas, that if you organize your offerings and if you build these ecosystems of support, the rates are going to improve. And they are improving in institutions and areas where work is being done. So student centricity is about this strategic orientation towards the big grades, understanding that the progression from enrollment to progression and completion and employment of our students is really what defines what a university is. And I want to argue that UNISA has to, come around the table. I know you're doing it, but even more,
and define for yourselves how you are going to do this institutional design, the strategic orientation towards student centricity. I was so chuffed when we attended Achieving the Dream. It's an annual conference in America that supports Siyaphumelela in South Africa. And they had just revised their institutional assessment tool that they call ICAT. And as they were explaining why they have tampered with this, one of the areas is called educational excellence. And they argue that we know now and we have enough data to tell us when we talk about educational excellence, we are not just talking about teaching and learning as in the classroom. The passes that we might get through good teaching. That is a slice from the big pie. It is not the whole story. Actually, the support that students receive in order for them to progress and to complete their degrees can define an institution as one that does educational excellence very well. So I want to challenge you as UNISA. As you define excellence, it is really about not just talking about the vision, the hunger for excellence. It's about what the rates are saying. And the rates should tell you if you are already in that space. And if not, what is it that you need to do to up your game as far as educational excellence is concerned? I want to argue that if you really think about the rates, as in this completion and success rates of students as something that matters, you'll then realize that that is where the site for transformation is. All the other things, I want to argue on the periphery. What is at the center is really these rates. And that is a site, a literal site where we need to bring our tools to come and work, because I believe that is where we need to talk about integration. For example, we know that, in this era where we talk about the role of data, data is king, evidence-based, whatever, you get into an institution, you find one unit that collects very valuable data, and another unit or college even that cannot even have access to the data because there is so much disintegration of how we do our business. So my argument is, if we talk student centricity, we are talking about designing our practices, our engagement and our systems in a university where we talk integration, which should allow us to talk innovation. Isn't it unbelievable? Okay, I am going to round up in a minute if I get it right. I've already said with student centricity, we talk about, that central part of student success, the rates as where the site for real work should happen. And if you say you are research-led, there should be a lot of research happening in this space. And we are talking about, the barriers. These are just a few: funding, mental health, gender-based violence. Actually, I had a citation from Prof. Letseka where he said, yes, of course, funding is a problem, but later, after the classic one, you also said, but, the completion rates, success rates at UNISA are shocking. Are we out of that mode? So we should be working to remove barriers. And this is where we need to talk about institutional designs. I do not deny that there's complexity. Of course, in the midst of it, we talk digital transformation, which changes the ballgame. If I had time, I'll tell you about how, mental health is such a monster. And you can never have enough psychologists. But with a clever chatbot that is supported by qualified psychologists in the background, you can upscale your mental wellness. You can service a whole university at the rate at which you couldn't if you were to put 5, 10, 15 or 20 psychologists. Okay, I wanted to talk about now, but tough luck. Tough luck.
That's very exciting. Eh?
Yeah, I know. Prof. Madrid, see, because I'm not letting you go. There's a process. Prof. Madrid, there's a process. We have inherited this. We need a bit of time. It's not a crime, it's a human itself. You have to pay. Check the person. Thank you, Prof, for that. I think it's a brilliant presentation, and there's a secret for this. The secret is I Googled you. Yes, I didn't invite you by chance. I may be an old Trump pensioner, but I'm a Google pensioner. So I Googled you, and I'll tell a story now. I Googled you, and I found that there is resonance in what you just said right now with the work that I did. Now, 15 years ago, it may sound old, 15 years ago, I was at the Human Sciences Research Council. I did a similar study. I studied 7 universities, the very same things that I hope that quotation we pick from the study. I published a book called Student Retention and Graduate Destination. These very same things that you're talking about here, they were researched. Data, 7 institutional reports, these things have been there. What you didn't bring out in your presentation is a key word, throughput rates. You touched on it, but throughput rates encompasses whether when we enroll data analytics, Professor Prinsloo here is an expert in data analytics. When we enroll the students, how much do we know about them so that we can assist them? And in retention, student support. And you talk about completion and progression, that's throughput rate, all these things. So it's a 2010 publication, and my mother is here. It's a company where the hubby was my boss, and the published that. So I have to remind you, Jenny. Now, Prabhu and Jenny, you need to organize the team now. It's a panel. Yes. So, when the Prabhu is like, yeah, it's so I don't know whether let us say, do we have enough chairs here? Yeah, we'll have roving mics. You can come and say, we'll add another chair here. I was trying to see who is who. It's Jenny. Oh yeah, Professor Maza. Yes, I'm aware of that. So it's Jenny, it's Professor Sikwe, it's Prof. Papaya. Oops. Is Dr. Pacha and the governor. Woza. We are from Negala. He's from the orange with one of the things. Yeah. And sir, can you meet Steve? I think you keep your seat then. No, I'm not here. I'm an observer. I'm not going to be here. You sleep the walls at the end. It's not expenses. You're dying. So then, eventually, I just see. So that's special. It's like the Good afternoon, everybody. This is the last session of the day.
We stand between you and some wonderful drinks, maybe some supper. But if I can call on you to take forward some of what Prof. Madiba was speaking about, which is about student centricity. And we have a panel here with great experience, and I'm going to ask them please to introduce themselves. Let me just tell you what the heading of this discussion is. It says, student centricity as a driver for UNISA's business model and operations. Now, we don't mean, often business model means that profit is the driving force. We know that profit is not the driving force at UNISA. So this model that we have here is how UNISA organizes itself in order to provide its different services and in order to have a supporting ecosystem. So that's what we're going to discuss this afternoon. We're first going to look a little at what we understand by student centricity. We've had an introduction to that from Professor Madiba. We're then going to move on to ask others how student centricity is already embedded in their institutions, or at least they think it is. And I'd love you to give some data in doing that, if that was possible. And then finally to have a look at what the different ways in which we could improve student centricity at the different universities. I think there'll be lots of comments from the floor about digital access, device access, all of those things that give us some idea of where we need to move to in order to be truly student-centric. I'd like now to, I'm going to hand over the mic to each one of the panelists and to ask you if you can be just very quick about saying who you are, 1 minute each. We do have somebody online. Yes, he is first. He is first. But everybody needs to introduce themselves and then we'll move from there. Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Professor Saganga Kapaya from the Open University of Tanzania, serving as the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic Research and Consultancy.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Godson Dart. I serve as the Deputy Vice Chancellor responsible for student services at the Botswana Open University. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Eunice Sioku. I'm the distinguished professor from the Catholic Health and Medicine here at UNISA.
Colleagues, my name is Devin Gavin, the Director of Curriculum Development and Transformation at UNISA. Thank you.
And then we have Professor Mkipsa. Can we make sure he's connected? Greetings, Prof. Could you just introduce yourself? I beg your pardon? Would you be kind for a new name? We'll hear you. We can hear you very well.
Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Mark. I am a joint staff of the University of South Africa Public Affairs of the Affirming Foundation, and I'm a faculty member of the UNESCO Africa Nanochair, which is administered by the University of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Prof, we know that you have to go soon, but I'm going to ask one of the colleagues to do a 3-minute presentation, first on student centricity, and then I'd like to call you to add to that definition and then to tell us ways in which you think UNISA is currently student-centric. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Jamie. I am taking it from a different perspective, from a different point of view, as a teacher. To me, student centricity means inverting the traditional teacher-centered learning, where we focus on the teacher, teacher knows everything, teacher is the one who is doing everything, to putting the student at the center of the learning process. And then putting the student at the center of the classroom or the learning process actually empowers them to take ownership of their learning, and they develop a sense of responsibility and becoming independent. Many attributes come out of that. And I'm also looking at it is based on constructivism, as Prof said when she was presenting here. But I align it to the three theorists, Vygotsky, who emphasizes collaborative learning, reciprocal teaching and scaffolding, and Brunner, who focuses on active, constructive learning. That in other words, that learners should participate and be active in the learning process. And John Dewey, who emphasizes the active participation and engagement with the world. Now, all these in the innovation, the student-centeredness are seen as facilitators, not teachers. They just facilitate learning because teaching is focused on students. You tell me when in this era of the fifth industrial revolution, as custodians of higher education, we are continually challenged to deliver. We have to deliver as institutions, we have to deliver as academics. So student-centeredness as an innovative, transformative imperative present great opportunity to UNISA to educate our students. And it requires changes. If you are going to introduce it and you want to really make sure that you are focused on student-centeredness, you need to focus on the graduate attributes, look at them, so that you should achieve what you are supposed to be achieving as you are teaching your students. Curriculum, we have to work on the curriculum even if you don't change all of it. Teaching methodologies, you have to focus on specific teaching methodologies, not the lecture, because lecturing is teacher-centered. And then the buy-in from institutional leadership becomes important because it impacts on the resources of the institution, as the previous speaker has indicated, that once you are saying as an institution you become teacher-centric, then you need to look at your resources. Now, the following graduate attributes that I just want to mention, so that as we work as in institutions, we should look at our institutions and look at our graduate attributes, because currently we are now moving towards the fifth industrial revolution. We are beyond being in the fourth industrial revolution, and we need to be moving on. Now, innovation is very important. Curiosity and critical thinking is important. Creativity, cognitive flexibility, ethical thinking, that I want to emphasize, it's very important. Intercultural persuasion, emotional intelligence, health technology, entrepreneurship, artificial intelligence, robotics, and professional and adaptability are very, including self-directed learning. Those are very attributes that we need to integrate and to make sure that our students achieve if we are surely becoming a student-centric institution.
Thank you very much. Professor Mauser, do you come in?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, colleagues, which will inform you our experience in terms of CRM from the perspective of the UNISA, agriculture, in nanosciences and nanotechnology. From our perspective, we do believe that students can be trying to learn and learn of students shifting the focus away from teacher-led instruction to more dynamic and interactive learning experience. Fundamental principles of SCM include the personalized learning, where students have control over the pace and the content of their learning, active engagement, where students are actively involved in the learning process, and learning autonomy in particular, where students take ownership of their educational journey over the path to educate SCM. We can observe SCM has evolved from traditional teacher-centered approach to more flexible, technology-empowered model and technology-based. In the classroom, more flexible allows the ability to tackle the diverse learning, enabling a more inclusive approach. That will help the critical thinking, problem-solving coordination require lifelong productive approach and learning. The key benefits of the SDL includes enhanced personalization, learning autonomy, as well as foster direct training and improved motivation. And this approach positions SCM as the fully effective currently to the framework with the diverse and digital educational landscape. In the context of modern education, we have really do believe that SCM is a core economy. Leveraging on artificial intelligence offers promising potential to enhance environments. Likewise, including the fast-growing artificial intelligence, tools and capabilities one should strive on the use of artificial intelligence in SCM in general, but generative artificial intelligence specifically, it can be easily integrated into a SCM framework to create a total learning environment. By utilizing artificial intelligence, tools which are, which are really field-tried, personalized learning paths that respond to the unique needs and learning of individual students can be designed to provide and build the profile of the fellow of the student in particular. One of the advantages of the artificial intelligence systems when we incorporated in the SCM platform is that these AI systems generate a real-time feedback, tailor instructional content, and provide continuous assessment, promoting deeper engagement and fostering students' autonomy. The student, in particular, this is of importance within the Codel institutions. Opportunity is intelligence by I choose is that there are two major components of the two major ones aspect of AI within the SCM landscape and the necessity to students' population in providing environment be absorbed job market in especially within the development of digital literacy. I would like to mention that in effect, the beliefs in SCM within UNESCO chair that I can say we are down in terms of metric, for example, to make the output range of the graduation is consistent and sustainable. If I have just single out of the period of January, July, scale, we have about how can you say the one half to 2 years and a few weeks between 3 and 4 years maximum. Well, if I have to give an example, we get around 6 PhD available from within the period of January, July 2025, and with the full January and 12 submission in the currently review. So when the publication, students have permission to open the first point. And the first point about 71 publication over 150, nearly 50% of the publication have been collaborated and genuine students. But I would believe that when I firmly towards long way, in particular the ones who are really available and easy to access and easy to absorb, such as chatbots like ChatGPT, or writing assistants such as Grammarly and Google, image generator, and so on, or Canvas, and some of these programs which are extremely easily absorbed easily, we would definitely ensure not only a rate of hours of throughput, certainly providing our students with digital capabilities.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and travel well, please. Thank you for that contribution. Let's move now to Professor from OUT. Would you tell us how student centricity is actually embedded in OUT?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I agree with my other colleagues on what they have been saying. But maybe if I were to start with what we mean by student-centeredness, that simply would mean aligning our academic offerings, operations around the needs, expectations, and experience of our students. And therefore, from that perspective, that means we are trying to make the student becomes the master of his own learning process. In that process, he's able to dictate what he wants to learn, and then, of course, what would be the outcome, at what speed, and all those kind of outcome that he's expecting from the learning process. So in that process, on the other hand, we would argue that institutions such as UNISA or OUT would really have to define their value proposition very clearly to know that our offering as institutions are based on providing accessible, flexible, affordable, relevant, and quality education at a scale. Now, that needs to be communicated very clearly to our stakeholders, the policymakers, of course, even politicians who are actually very much involved in deciding how much money should go in which type of education in our governments. So I think that idea of value proposition must be very clearly communicated to all stakeholders so that we are able to distinguish ourselves as a university apart from traditional university. So we'll be able to say, why do we have UNISA or why do we have OUT? And apart from having a traditional university. So that would help us to really focus more on what we are saving, what we are providing for our learners. Now, of course, the other idea is on market positioning by prioritizing student needs in a sense that we must be able to distinguish and differentiate ourselves from traditional universities by the mere fact that we as ODL institutions are prioritizing student needs through various operational drivers. Now, there are various operational drivers that we might look at, but before we even look at these drivers that will help us promote student-centeredness, we also need to consider the whole idea of sustainability in our ODL offerings. And that is really based on student satisfaction and success. That will help a lot to, if we are able to maintain quality and satisfaction to our learners, and if we're able to improve our completion, our retention rates, reduce our dropout rates, and create a much more positive reputation for the university, then that would mean this is going to be sustainable. And that's very critical for sustainability of the institution itself, where to enable it to continue supporting the student-centeredness idea within ODL. Now, there are obvious drivers, operational drivers that need to be considered when we are thinking of promoting student-centeredness. One is, of course, learning, design, and delivery. The courses must be designed for diverse learning needs. They must be flexible. They must be able to support multilingual students. They must be technologically enhanced so that the learning experience is enriched and students are able to cope with the learning process. In that way, the whole idea of student-centeredness of a learner is supported. The other driver would be, of course, administrative systems. We must streamline our administrative system. For example, we might have dedicated separate systems for registration, assessment, feedback, and graduation processing, which reduces bureaucracy, which are easier for students to interact with and be able to be served within this kind of environment. So the administrative system must be able to reduce the bureaucracy of the traditional universities that we all know. In that way, we'll be able to put the learner at the center and serve his or her needs more clearly. The other third driver will be support structures, especially the human resources, the academic support, tutors, the technical people. All these are important in the whole process. Then I just wanted to wind up by saying, of course, there are challenges and risks in trying to support the student-learner, the student-centered approach, the balance between scale and the personalization. At one end, of course, we want to massify, to serve many people at a go. But on the other hand, the cost of customizing, making our delivery, our offering customizable to individual needs, that becomes a challenge. There are cost implications, of course. So the only way, of course, is to rely on technology. That's one of the means, which, of course, need a lot of investment. But also collaboration is significant, could help alleviate some of these challenges. The other challenge would be the balance between equity and access. We normally want to promote equity, but also want to promote access. But we wouldn't like to promote access at the expense of equity, or even equity at the expense of access. So there must be a way of balancing so that, yes, we are able to scale up access, but also ensure equity across various groups. And therefore, that's also is significant. The last point on this note is change management. Shifting from a bureaucratic process towards a much more less bureaucratic process. I think that needs reform in our institutions, our policy, and our strategies. So we must be able to document the whole idea of student-centeredness in our plans so that we are able to walk the talk instead of only talking what we are talking. And then in our documents, we have other strategies. Thank you so much.
Over to you, Guy.
Thank you, moderator. Colleagues, student-centric approach for their business model
And like the moderator indicated, it is, when we talk business here, we basically are focusing on students in terms of their participation in every activity that will affect them in their academic journey and in the university life itself. So the focus is on the student. That is what we basically desire, or we basically practice, so that upon enrollment, the key things is for students to appreciate the frameworks or the policies that basically will guide their academic life and social life at the university. So the point of departure is basically once they've been admitted after the enrollment campaigns, and they are bona fide students, that on its own, it's a contract between the institution and its management or staff and the new enrollees. So in terms of the orientation and other activities that are desired to ensure that students settle down quickly and take their respective portfolios in the university, that becomes basically a social contract where there are privileges, there are rights and obligations for the two parties. In other words, the institution in that service agreement or what delivers what it promises and what it expects from the students. What it delivers is basically its mandate, and students definitely have to know what to expect from the institution.
Thank you. And could I just ask you, to what extent do you think the Botswana Open University has met its side of the contract?
To be frank, it's not.
What's been difficult?
Well, what's been difficult are issues relating to the operation as dictated by the sponsor. If the sponsor fails to meet the expectation, for instance, for virtual meetings, for SRC and other committees, we have to give them the money to hold their meetings, independent of us. I mean, recently, for instance, because these are people who have been trained on how to deal with certain policies, how to voice how to make their voices heard, and the freedom that they enjoy, the academic freedom that they enjoy when in our premises. They had the guts to tell the Honorable Minister that, no, BO is not giving us money for our own meetings.
Okay.
imagine you are given 50 puller and you hold 3 meetings in a month. 50 puller doesn't even last you now 30 minutes. So we end up actually subsidizing. Yet every semester we pay tuition fees. And this institution gets subvention from government. The allocation for our SRC and students affairs issues is completely not enough.
Okay.
Yeah, it's simple because we don't have adequate funds to support them in terms of their representation so that we can hear the voices of the voiceless who are in the extremely underserved geographical communities in all the campuses. So yeah, basically that's the challenge that we have.
Thank you. And would you just make clear to the audience, you told me earlier today about the different groupings that you've got in different parts of Botswana, and you've actually got large numbers of students outside of the capital.
Yes, we basically, like Francistown, we have close to 5,000 students. In a place called Palape, it's about 4,000. In Maum, it's about 3,000. In Kang, Botswana, those who usually go to Namibia, we have close to 1.8 students. And these are students, some of them who, for example, in Kang, for them to go to the regional campus, they have to cover close to 900 kilometers. So there are quite a number of problems, and those are some of the problems that lead for some of them to leave early in terms of the academic work.
So your context, which I think is a population density of about 3 people per square kilometer, something like that.
Oh yeah, the desert.
So that means that, yeah, being accessible to your students is extremely difficult. May I move on now? Do you want to make one other point?
Yes. So basically in these contracts, there are duties, obligatory duties by staff, such as living up to the contracts. Because in some places we say, when you get the assignment, like in Gaborone, it must be delivered. But the feedback within 14 days, 2 weeks. And that is what the student expects. Because more often than not, the students submit now. By tomorrow, they want feedback. They want feedback. They do. Because they expect you to actually do your work. So they have been empowered to actually follow all the instruments or policies. So this social contract, academic contract that they go through empowers them to ensure that they must get comprehensive feedback from the assignments for summative assessment. Because we don't want a situation where when summative assessment comes, the student would have not even received the 3 formative assessments. There are cases where these assignments, students at times go and write their summative assessment without having seen or evaluated themselves in terms of formative assessment.
Okay.
And again, the cases where we sometimes sleep on our jobs when we are supposed to actually develop these items on time, submit them for quality assurance, and so forth. At times, if we don't follow the protocols that we have agreed with students, this is why at times there are embarrassing times when a formative assessment, August last year, is reproduced as is, as a final summative assessment, when the last time it was a formative assessment. So these contracts actually make students to be alert and to demand the rightful assessment. This one I did it as part of our semester 1 assessment. How can it come as it is as a final assessment? Some of the issues have been quite embarrassing. And when you approach now the school, it's really embarrassing. You will get sorry, but that sorry are missing in the contract. So that is the core. So due to this contract, they participate not only in SRC student welfare issue, they also participate in the institutional committees like school boards, where they sit with colleagues from industry who are part of the school boards. That's to ensure the credibility of the processes in the academic services. They sit also in various subcommittees for council and also in the council. They do sit.
Thank
you. Thank you very much.
I think that's a really interesting idea that you've put forward, and thank you for being so honest as well on the occasions that it's not been met. I think if we scratched ourselves, each of the ODL institutions, we might come up with similar confessions to make. Professor Govender, you had a long time to tell us about student centricity. Can I put it to you in a more difficult way now? What are some of the difficult issues that you face when you try and live up to the notion of student centricity?
Thank you very much, Program Directors or panel moderator. I was tempted to say from all the presentations I've covered, but anyway, let me go back and assimilate. As much as the 3 or 4 key issues I want to talk about may sound trivial, I think it's at the core of the academic project. Very often at subcommittees of Senate, at Senate itself, we always hear respondents, presenters talking about the students being at the center of the academic project. I'm tempted to ask, whose center? Is it the academic center of the academic project, or is it the student center of the academic project? But I want to hone in, as I said, on maybe because of time, 2 or 3 challenges that have served at UNISA. Maybe I can also talk with some authority, being here for about 26 years. I don't know whether that qualifies me to talk with some authority. So, Dr. Jenny, I think the first one is regarding assessment. Now, just to put the microscope on the scale, you might have modules in business management that has 23,000 students. Or you might have English studies in some modules, especially the old ones for special purposes, as 28,000 students. And we can't deny the fact, as our colleague from Botswana Open University indicated, in some cases, students don't even see the formative assessment feedback, but they are asked to write the summative assessment. So the question begs, why is it taking such a long time at UNISA to consider AI augmented marking or AI supplemented marking, if we know for a fact that students in some cases learn using AI, that AI augmented marking can be customized? I mean, if you look at Oxford, they mark the entire Shakespeare essays using AI. So using algorithms, and at UNISA we have archives of all students' submissions, maybe for the last 3-4 years, which we can use to train AI through algorithms to mark. So that is the first point I want to make. The second point, colleagues, I want to make is the issue of tutoring. Tutoring students in terms of support and student centricity. I don't want to mention how much, even though I know, but UNISA spends a huge sum of money to appoint e-tutors. What is the impact of e-tutor? In many instances, you might hear e-tutors saying, I'm available, but the student is not available. Similarly, at UNISA, as part of the tuition policy and the tuition procedure manual, every academic must teach a minimum of 30 minutes per week to support students. It can be synchronous, it can be asynchronous. I'm wondering, in the medium to long term, maybe in terms of enhancing and promoting student centricity, why are we not considering intelligent tutoring systems powered by AI? Or in many parts of the world, they refer to it as personalized tutoring systems, PET. And lastly, Chair, maybe I should talk about the residual risk at UNISA that in some cases serve as barriers to developing a synergy across the various interdependencies. At UNISA, because of mass and size, there are a number of interdependencies. And I think at times we tend to hide behind residual risks. The LMS doesn't work. It's only ICT. That can't be. Even though one might talk about specialized skills, if the assessment plan is not uploaded, it can't be from student support services. How are we taking responsibility synergistically to promote student centricity? It's a long conversation. It's a hard conversation, but I think as part of this symposium, it has to do with being a Codel Plus institution, the success of it, and the efficiency that's inherent in Codel Plus.
Thank you very much. Right, last word now to Professor Conaghy. Thank you, Jane. Yes, I've been listening also to my colleagues, and I'm still also emphasizing the importance of us being in the fifth industrial revolution. So as we teach our students, we prepare our students, we must remember that the world is evolving. And our students at UNISA, they are already, because of its nature as an Codel institution, are already grappling with complex issues of a relationship with online spaces. There are a lot of challenges that we know about with Dr. Govender, Dr. Chibasede, that the students are struggling. Some of the students are not being successful, some drop out, some are not doing well, and when you talk to them, there was a study that was conducted, then you will hear they complain about the online learning. So it is one of the methodology that we are supposed to be using. It's an important methodology because it's one of the student-centric methodologies. And other methodologies that we need to be looking at are like our pedagogies, such as case-based teaching, because we are already using online learning. We can also look at case-based teaching, we can look at problem-based learning, and community-based education. Those are methodologies that are student-centric, that we can use. Because these are methodologies that encourages active learning, and they bring the world to the classroom. They create a more global and interdisciplinary learning where emphasis is on strong collaboration between students and the communities. And as the SANA is doing it, we need to also be doing it, that our students should take responsibility for their learning instead of always blaming. And that is a process to say, how do we sit down? We work with you in groups, and in groups, we decide on how we are going to work. You include yourself as a teacher because you are a facilitator of learning. You are not a teacher, you facilitate. So you allow them to be able to think, you allow them to make decisions because we are producing lifelong learners, decision makers, so that they can make those decisions. But I think in order for us to get to that stage where we are saying we really want to be student-centric, we need to look as UNISA, how do we use our model of regions? How do we use the regions to become centers of learning? Because once we can get to that stage, then we can be able to say we have divided our students into reasonable numbers that can be managed by academics, that can be managed by tutors, even if tutors are assisting them. But we know that the numbers are manageable. Students will be taught, students will receive, they will be given assignments, and they will be given feedback on time. But right now, we don't know what is happening. If, as Dr. Govender has indicated, if one college has got 28,000 students, where do you get lecturers to manage that 28,000? But if we manage them according to regions, we decentralize and we go to them according to regions, that will assist us to be able to introduce student-centric methodologies and to achieve the graduate attributes that I have mentioned earlier on. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to the panelists. I think there's been some really rich contributions that we've had, and also very honest contributions as well. I'd like to open to the floor as to whether there are any questions at this stage. I encourage you, please. Any questions? Oh, sorry. Perhaps I can't see. Yes, thank you. Sorry, you were behind the flowers. Could you introduce yourself and then ask your question?
Thank you so much, sir. My name is Joshua Bonganintle from Quebec, UNISA Student Councillor. Mine is not a lot. It's just a question. I'm not sure to who should I put the question to, but I'm just going to read my question. Would I be right to say student centricity alone is insufficient without the well-being of the staff?
Without a?
The well-being, the mental health of the staff. That's my question now.
Right. Anybody want to? Let's take another question if we can while you think about it. I guessed you might be one.
Thank you, Chairperson. My question and my concern go to Utswana. As like I was saying earlier today, that I've been to Francistown, I've been to Cameroon, assisting the student. I think before that you open your university. So now that you have university, I'm concerned that when you say that the student they can't raise their voice because of different the challenges that you have put, what the government is saying, because there is I believe that we have a youth league in the government, we have a youth league maybe in a different part. So what are those in government, what they are saying? Maybe like they are saying students struggling in such a way that their voice is not being heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody like to start on the mental health? Can you have student centricity without mental health?
Yes, you can have student centricity without mental health. Student centricity actually facilitates the relationship between the students and the lecturer, because the lecturer at that time is a learning facilitator. So as a learning facilitator, you develop a relationship with your students. And because you have a relationship with your students, you are able to see very early when students are having problems. Before they can even drop out, you are able to see that they're suffering. And they will get to a stage of having mental health while you are with them. You have a relationship with them. They talk to you at any time. They are allowed to come to you at any time. They can never drop out. Once you have that, the rate of dropout of students goes down. The failure rate also goes down because you understand your students. As a facilitator of learning, whether you are a tutor, whether you are a lecturer, all of us, we talk the same language and we have a relationship with students. And you as the Prophet said, you agree on terms of reference while you sit down with them at the beginning. This is how we are going to work. You don't use your authority. You do have authority, but you become like an equal with them because you are capacitating them to take responsibility and to become self-directed learners.
Thank you. And just to add, presumably because you have that relationship with the students, you are able to pick up where there are serious cases of mental health that need to be referred to whatever the institution services are in that regard. Prof, I've given you the...
Thank you.
That's to answer the question that you have.
Yes. I will start with the issues of mental health. Basically, the whole university community is very much aware of the issues of mental health for both staff and students. And our human resource department is in charge of staff welfare or wellness or well-being. They have been proactive year after year, and they have always encouraged even regional campuses to have their wellness occasions from time to time. For example, when I was preparing to come here, Maun campus, they were briefing me what they had on Thursday. They had requested for wellness, and they did actually have the wellness. What we have been aggressive in or assisting that each regional campus and HR, when they actually hold their wellness, they must include students to participate. Not to say, no, this one is for staff, this one is for students. We don't have that money. And what they do at the regional campuses, they ensure that they network with the relevant players at their locality. They involve like clinics, like Kosi, the chief. The village chief is very powerful. He literally owns the village. So whatever is happening in his village, his office is notified. So in terms of wellness, I think so far we are doing very well. Yes, we have had students and even some other staff members being abused, being victims of GBV and so forth. But our counselors are usually on top of them. They are there. They either intervene or make referrals to the leaders in the community, like police, like OC, and so forth.
Could you move on to the other question?
The other question, this time around, my brother, you are right, saying we have a youthful cabinet, government, and a youthful parliament. Fortunately, the current president is a legal person. Immediately, he accepted, he pronounced that his government was actually going to leverage the legal route. And he immediately said his government is a human rights government. And he practically demonstrated that immediately after taking it by making sure that a senior elder who had died at nuclear hands and his family had been denied for him to be laid to rest at CKTI, where the forefathers are buried. He used his executive powers to say that gentleman had to be buried at CKTI, their original home. CKTI is It's a reserve. It's sort of a game reserve as big as Belgium. And yeah, Botswana is so big, but not as big as South Africa. We have species that are basically occupied by animals only. So the president actually, some people are arguing maybe the president has overstepped, has interfered with the judiciary, with the third arm of parliament. But he was eventually buried. And with this issue here, human rights, it serves us well. Because, I mean, our student asked questions, they were in the office, 16 of them, saying we have not done well, we have not followed the student protection policy. We have not followed the refund policy. And they say, can we connect this to your VC? I give them the details to actually proceed and see the VC, because it is their rights. Because our colleagues had denied them the refund. I mean, 5,000 ULA to a student. That's a lot of money. The mistake was that finance people had allowed them to pay twice.
Okay, Prof, we must call it that.
So, yeah, this time we are applying human rights law and their rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we've had our hour, which was what was allocated to us. We are running late, but I think we must call it a day as far as this group is concerned. I'd like to thank you all very much indeed. I think you have been very thoughtful in your responses. Student centricity is a great ideal. Actually achieving it in every single respect is quite difficult. But on the other hand, you have to achieve it in some areas, and it's paramount that you do. Things like students getting assignments back before they write exams must be a demand number one. But thank you also for recognizing that many of our institutions are very bureaucratic and really need to now start to have much slimmer, much more automated, much more data-rich institutions so that we can provide the responses that we need. We also are showing huge concerns about AI and how we deal with AI from the part of what students do themselves and as well as how we use it as imaginatively as we can to solve a range of the problems that we otherwise have. So if you would join me in thanking our panel very much indeed for this session.
Why don't you do it? Yes, one. Correction.
And can I ask for another round of applause for Guillaume and the panel? These are difficult matters, and we put people, when we put something like that, we need such kind of wisdom. So we have reached the end of today, and I'm going to ask Professor Lalenge, my fellow owner of the project, to come and have the final say. Then the head of the secretariat, Mr. Sebongaseme, will provide information on the ground rules pertaining to the Galagina. So, the floor is yours. And Mr. Sebe, can you follow and come to the chair, please? So let's just stand here.
Good. I wanted to say good afternoon, but I think it's evening now, eh? Colleagues, they say it's not yet, but what a day. I think for me, having this wonderful presentations made by great scholars and administrators of higher education across the African continent, I became a proud African child to actually say there's a wealth of experience, and we really don't need anyone from anywhere else to come and tell us what we should do about our problems. We know them, and we have actually put our finger and pulse on all of them, but they are so insurmountable that I thought summarizing them I'll do dishonesty to these wonderful speeches. Therefore, I'm not going to do that. Sorry for that disappointment. Secondly, I thought, do I want to almost like I responded to this, and I said not at all. But I should just thank them for this valuable information that they've shared with us. And I'm actually reminded with some person that I came across in my readings, which is English. He was an Australian clergyman and a philosopher and a social critic who produced a seminal work that those that were at university in our time, during the same time as Parol's pedagogy of the place came, and he talked about deschooling society. And I think his argument in those particular aspects is saying so much is invested in healthcare, but the service is not being optimized for those that need it. And the same here, so much we have invested in education, but our students are actually coming out not the kind of human beings that we want them out of our system. Therefore, what is wrong with us? And what are the issues? And I think all the issues have come out this morning and part of this afternoon. But also what I want to just lay true is the fact that when the Vice Chancellor opened up this session, he actually reminded that we have a rich tapestry of history that has actually made what UNISA is, and also the trajectory of open distance education in the continent. We must realize that we are in a struggle to provide access and education to the underprivileged masses of our continent. And we might have different trials and tribulations in that journey. But I think to a large extent, there's rich data that's available that we've accumulated over the years. There are also lots of interesting technological advancement that we can leverage on in order to make better decisions and in order to provide better support to our students and in order to make better administered and run institutions of higher learning. And it is not about the amount of money that we throw into the problem. It's about our analytics, about what the problem is and what are the strategies that we can actually deal with these particular things. Colleagues, I don't want to keep you longer here, but I think what we have
touched on is the fact that the Codel Symposium, as we envisage it, is at the center of our strategic journey as the University of South Africa. It actually represents our response, or it becomes what we call a pivot point for us to actually realize real transformation within the thing. I think all of you can agree with me that you learned something new from the deliberations that we had today. And that's the purpose of this symposium, to learn from somebody, identify somebody that you could talk to about your own issues, and you have almost common aspects that you can actually be dealing with. And having said so, I also want to go back and say that I think the president and his entourage, they're here and they're still here to remind us that whatever we do here, we are here because of them. And for them, they said they are dreamers. Therefore, let us not kill that dream by being uninnovative, and also for not listening to the cries that are coming out from either the regions, either the cries that are coming from students, and also of myself, since you are here, I would want to say, I've been trying to find out why do you expect human beings that they should write 20,000 scripts in a language space where you're looking at grammar, you're looking at lots of other things. And I think Dr. Davender said there are AI tools that are there. And I think as I sitting there with my colleagues, I was telling them that the Open University of Tanzania once took us out of a very tight corner where there was leakage of question papers in accounting sciences and in the newspaper. And the former vice chancellor came as part of the call on it, and we shared their practice and everything. We went and looked at that, and we adopted some of those things, but we have not taken the thing as fully as they do the question database, where you could actually generate randomized questions from a set of things over a period of time. These are some of the things that we learn from Open University, but we call us grandparents, but you can learn something from your grandchildren. Therefore, these are some of the lessons that I got today. But going further, colleagues, I want to congratulate also the keynote speakers that we had today, because they want us to focus on what's possible in the different underserved communities of the world and what kind of innovations that they've brought into those particular communities. But the ringing words was about access, was about transforming lives. And I think if we keep on doing that, I'll be fine. Professor Matira, I think I liked also your frameworks, and there was a new term that I got. I think it was about great, I can't remember, but it was something new to me. But it was more like, can we focus on shaping these young minds rather than the bean counting aspect of saying how many have gone through, what did they get, or that kind of thing. And also make sure that they learn something that is useful for the world that they'll come through. But colleagues, as I close here, I want to ensure that what Dr. Bacha was talking to, we could see that was in it. It's the fact that while we have aspirations, but our realities also dictate what is feasible. Therefore, with the mega resources that we have at our disposal, let us make good use of those in order to service these competing realities of our lifetime. But what's more important that I'd like to close with here is an understanding that
while we're running this ship and also achieving these great strides over short periods of time, let's remember there are human beings behind, and some of them we leave dead corpses because we want to get these things. Therefore, mental health and looking after the people who are the resource, because we are the people that makes this university what it is. Therefore, let's look after that resource. I'm talking to you because most of you are supervisors, most of you are leaders in your own space. Therefore, let's deal with the toxic environments so that people don't get sick because they work with us, but we create spaces where we appreciate each other and harness whatever we can bring to this table. With these few words, I'm looking forward, Professor Gnoy, to day 2 of the symposium, and I can just sit and congratulate my colleagues for running the ship up to where it is, but it is not yet over until the lady sings. I do not want to say the size about it. Thank you so much, Chair.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Same. I come from the province with the name of the same KwaZulu-Natal. And since this morning, I was hearing a lot of people thanking their bosses. And I must also thank my boss from the KZN region, Dr. Joyce Meza, who's the regional director for KZN. She's also in the house. Dr. Meza. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to make a speech. I'm called upon stage to make some few announcements. The first one is the fact that when we move from here, we go to the first floor of this building where we're going to have a reception cocktail for all of us. The other message that I have is that we have been requested to ensure that by 8 o'clock, that will be served downstairs will be closed so that we get a good rest, so that by tomorrow morning, by 8:30, we should be back in this room. I do not know, Professor Litsega, if I'm leaving anything, but that is the arrangement, that we move from here. We move to floor number 1. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we are done. Let's go and drink some fun. Thank you. Bye-bye.